Chapter 470, Fortune 185 Show Crew, Epic Meetup, Second Update. _3, it wasn't that there was something wrong, it's just that Henjiwei thought it was a joke to have a girl teach them acupuncture, so he didn't show up. Bai Lian nodded and didn't ask any more questions as she was chatting with Henjiwei. The conversation drifted towards acupuncture, and since modern acupuncture differed from that of ancient times, Bai Lian was careful not to teach indiscriminately. Jiang Fulai hadn't been there long when Jiang Ziju's call came through. He ended the call with a solemn expression and said goodbye to Bai Lian before heading out. He returned to his own place. He was staying at Ji Heng's, but at the moment, only Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing were there, and Su Nanjing had come back late last night and had just woken up. Seeing Jiang Fulai return, Su Nanjing stood up and looked outside. How come it's only you? Where's little sister Bai Lian? At the herbal medicine shop in the east of the city, Jiang Fulai replied casually as he put down his coat. Herbal medicine shop? Su Nanjing was somewhat surprised. Was Bai Lian going to buy medicine? He hadn't associated Bai Lian with herbal medicine, but he didn't ask any further. By noon, Bai Lian thought that Henjiwei's understanding of modern acupuncture was about right, so she got up and grabbed her backpack. Initially skeptical of Bai Lian, Henjiwei became quite enthusiastic after talking to her all morning. Miss Bai, aren't you going to have lunch here? It was already lunchtime. Bai Lian looked down at her phone, which showed a location sent by He1, and shook her head. No, I'm not. The tourist area on the eastern side of Xiangxing had a lot of good food. The restaurant He1 had chosen was on Peace Street, and Bai Lian arrived at a small tavern after a short walk. Sorry. The staff member hesitated when he saw Bai Lian and then spoke. We're fully booked today. How about coming back tomorrow? I have a friend inside. Bai Lian reported the table number He1 had sent her. Table 28. Inside the quaint little tavern. Table 28 was close to the first floor window, with a wooden window, supported by a thick beam, offering a view of the slow-flowing river outside and the arch bridge ahead. He1 rarely dined out. He found his popular restaurant in Xiangxing online. Dressed in a blue hoodie and dark jeans, his fair complexion stood out as he was looking down at his phone. He returned to WeChat to check the message he had sent Bai Lian. Bai Lian hadn't replied yet. He reopened the document and leisurely browsed through the files, until he heard the waiter's voice overhead. Miss, table 28 is here. Senior? A jolt of excitement hit He1, and he immediately stood up, looking over as the waiter stepped aside to reveal the person behind him. It was a very young girl. The girl, dressed in a long green dress, casually glanced his way with her dark almond-shaped eyes, which reflected He1's stunned expression and her lazy brows. Some say that a research paper is the best beauty treatment in academia. He1 was more than passable in looks, quite sought after in his circle, certainly more decent compared to the likes of Director Huang who had gone bald in middle age. Therefore, for a moment, he didn't associate this excessively beautiful person in front of him with Bai Lian. He1 hesitantly uttered one word, Senior. Bai Lian casually pulled out the chair opposite him, sat down, picked up the red tea that had already been poured, and took a sip with her head down. Senior? The passing waiter was startled. Really a senior? The goddess of the Tian Shan Mountains? The waiter couldn't help but turn his head to look at the excessively exquisite-looking girl, taking in a sharp breath. No way, right? After Bai Lian and He1 finished their meal, it was still early. She had just started eating when Su Nanjing called, his voice casual over the phone. Little sister Bai Lian, where are you? They'll come to pick you up. Jiang has something to deal with. She needed to go to the library to do her homework in the afternoon, and was going to Yin Lu's place in the evening. Bai Lian gave Su Nanjing the address. I looked at the summary you sent. It's a type of the Riemann hypothesis. He1 talked about academic issues with Bai Lian as they ate slowly. The lab confidentiality meant he couldn't say much, but it's not very rigorous. The waiter, because of the senior comment, came over several times to pour tea, and they tried to find out the scoop. He was all at sea. Finished with the meal, Bai Lian was going to wait on the roadside for Su Nanjing. He offered to walk her there and finally couldn't resist tilting his head, politely asking, Senior, how old are you? When the paper was submitted, the information for the second author had been filled in by Jiang Fulai. So Hewen didn't know Bai Lian's details. He just thought she was like him, from some lab and about his age. Until now. Me? Bai Lian followed the landmarks and stopped at an intersection, waiting for Su Nanjing. Hearing the question, she turned to look at Hewen, high school senior. When Hewen didn't reply for a while, Bai Lian slowly took out her Bluetooth earpiece. What's up? What's up? Whose high school student is discussing such a complex mathematical model with others? Even Hewen, a scholarly overachiever, was at a loss. He looked up, about to speak to Bai Lian. The sound of tires skidding across the road. A silver convertible sports car stopped beside them, and Su Nanjing, one hand on the steering wheel and the other taking off his glasses, looked at Bai Lian with a corner of his mouth hooked, but he caught a glimpse of the guy next to Bai Lian just then. Chapter 471, 186 Jiangjing Alumni. The true eldest sister, Qi Lu, is back. _1 The car stopped, and Bai Lian was still talking with Hewen. As a child, I really envied those teachers in documentaries, resplendent in their isolation suits and engrossed in research. Hewen glanced at the sports car, not recognizing the person inside, and continued to speak with Bai Lian, but now that I'm actually pursuing my PhD, it feels useless. Everyone around me is a doctor, an honorary professor, an outstanding youth researcher, or a project lead. Their papers are complete and beautiful, whereas most of mine still need Professor Jiang to polish. He had previously joined Jiang Fulai's laboratory, where even an honorary professor had to compete for a position with them. Who was around Hewen? Jiang Fulai, Academician, Professor Huang. Those who could enter a top laboratory were no ordinary people. Often, the person recording experimental data next to him was a big shot in the field, one formidable person after another, and even Hewen doubted himself. Bai Lian only wore one earphone, and the female voice in the earphone continued to recite the lengthy, original text reading. Upon hearing this, she turned her head to look at him. But the circle you live in is already different from other people's. Bai Lian is currently in high school, surrounded by a group of lively high school students. When she goes to college later, she will be surrounded by college students, and that will continue to change. At that thought, Hewen raised his eyebrows. That's true. As the two of them talked, Su Nanjing put away his chin, parked the car right there, and got out to walk over to Bai Lian. He glanced at Hewen, who was a rising star in recent years. In college, he was an outstanding honorary alumnus and became famous after deliberately overcoming the suppression by a professor he encountered later. Su Nanjing had heard his name more than once and had seen his photo. Sister Bai Lian, Su Nanjing, who had his sunglasses hooked on his hand, first spoke to Bai Lian before turning to Hewen. Hello. Hewen politely looked towards Su Nanjing. Hello. However, that paper did indeed prove that a small portion does not have this zero. After greeting Su Nanjing, Hewen took out his phone to call for a ride back to the dormitory. Whenever you can bring down 2024, it will still require effort. Su Nanjing stood aside, listening for a while, not understanding. Could it really be Hewen? Not only the Xiao family, but the Su family also wanted to pull Hewen into their team. But Hewen preferred to stay secluded and had always been in the laboratory. Even Su Juling hadn't found a proper opportunity to communicate with Hewen. Who would have thought the Hewen they were discussing with Xiao Bingwen yesterday would appear before them today? Su Nanjing turned his head to look at his own car, regretting his decision to show off today by driving the newly arrived sports car. Sports cars are nice, but they only have 2 seats. This place is a tourist attraction, with many cars around. Bai Lian saw Hewen's taxi stop by the roadside and said goodbye to him. Dude, if you're in your senior year, you'll be going to Jiangjing in the second half of the year, right? Hewen remembered this matter and poked his head out of the back seat window. We'll talk more later. The taxi left. Many young people covertly took photos of Su Nanjing's car, while Su Nanjing stared in the direction the taxi left, seemingly lost in thought. Bai Lian, seeing him unmoving for a long time, turned slightly and rested her hand on the passenger door. Aren't you leaving? No, Su Nanjing snapped back to his senses, pressed the key fob, and walked back to the driver's seat, finding the situation quite unbelievable. Was that just Hewen? How do you know him? Logically, those who communicated with he one should belong to the likes of Professor Huang, right? I collaborated with him on a mathematical modeling project. Bai Lian opened the door and lazily settled into the seat, and then we got to know each other. I see. No wonder, Su Nanjing nodded. He started the car. Suddenly it dawned on him, and he tilted his head. Wait? Modeling? Yes, is that not okay? Bai Lian nodded. There was nothing secretive about it. She inserted the other earphone into her ear and glanced at him. The usually composed Su Nanjing finally couldn't suppress the urge to curse, his mouth twitching slightly. If I remember correctly, Sister Bai Lian, you're in grade 12, right? How did you end up doing mathematical modeling with Yuan? Do you know who he is? He drove the car slowly. Everyone who collaborates with him on scientific research is an honorary alumnus of Jiangjing University. Collaborated on one modeling project and then got to know each other. No, how could she say it so casually? Not to mention collaborating, finding He-Won is a problem, even for the likes of Bingwen. Though there are several hundred honorary alumni of Jiangjing University, the rarity of this status is evident when considering the large population of the country. Chapter 472, 186 Jiangjing Alumni. The true eldest sister, Qi Lu, is back. _2 Su Nanjing only had two honor alumni friends he was close to, Jiang Fulai and Jiang Shijue. I see. Bai Lian nodded, her right elbow casually propped on the car window. Her demeanor relaxed, and she absent-mindedly fiddled with her phone in her hand. The convertible. The wind blew her fringed hair apart. How did she manage to speak with such calm and nonchalance? Su Nanjing took the time to glance at her and was thoroughly impressed. Of course, about the honor alumni, Su Nanjing wouldn't know, let alone honor alumni. If one really did the math, Bai Lian was the senior of all the honor alumni at Jiangjing University. After all, the first president of Jiangjing University was her immediate mentor. In the west of the city, Tube Building. You're about to take the college entrance exam, said the old grandmother with graying hair, holding Yang Lin's hand in her left, her hand backs all furrows, her gaze gentle. When you get to university, you will need money. As she spoke, she took out a square handkerchief from the pocket of her blue coat and placed it in Yang Lin's hand. Yang Lin's grandparents lived in the countryside, and whenever Yang Jianping was in debt, he would go there in a rage demanding money, even hitting the grandparents. Only after hearing that he was now locked up did the elderly couple dare to come see Yang Lin. No need, I have money. Yang Lin didn't take the money. She returned to her room to take out a metal box from under the bed. It contained the 2,000 she drew out last time. She counted out 500 to give to them. Stop taking part-time jobs. Focus on your studies first. Yang grandfather, who had been silent to the side, finally spoke up. The village is collecting herbs your grandmother and I have sold quite a bit. We've planted a lot more, and they will continue buying. You take it and don't worry about us. Yang Lin insisted on giving them the money. Yang grandmother accepted the 500 yuan and asked about other matters. Have you found her sister? Yang Lin shook her head. Yang grandmother looked out the window, her tone distant. I hope she's all right. The two left after lunch. Yang Lin saw them off and went back to her room to change clothes for her part-time job. She had 2 part-time jobs on weekends. Upon opening the closet, she found the money she gave to grandmother underneath her clothes. Next to it was a black checkered handkerchief, a favorite of her grandmother's that had been used for many years and was fraying at the edges. Yang Lin looked at it for a while without speaking, then put the money away. Tuition, living expenses, rent, university would need even more expenditure. She had no time for sentiment. She left and closed the door behind her. On the windowsill, a snow-white lily in a vase gently swayed in the wind. Downstairs, Yang's mother came over with her family, her hand holding a boy who had a toy gun in his, shooting at passers-by, and behind them was a girl with a milk tea, her stepdaughter Yashan-shan. Upon seeing Yang Lin, the boy shot a plastic bullet at her, but missed. Yashan-shan, aware of Yang Lin's identity, sipped her milk tea, giving Yang Lin another look. Hey, do you know Bai Lian and Tang Ming? Yang Lin didn't reply, passing them by without stopping. Yashan-shan glanced disdainfully at Yang Lin's retreating figure. Shan Shan. Yang's mother turned to her stepdaughter. Who are Bai Lian and them? They're all seniors in high school, renowned figures at #1 high school. Shan Shan gave a sideways glance at Yang's mother. Your daughter lacks upbringing. If the father's in prison, how far can the daughter go? The boy beside them repeated, lacks upbringing. Up ahead, Yang Lin boarded the bus. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, a call from Bai Lian. She took out her phone. It was a second-hand one from the market, quite slow, but she only downloaded WeChat and a payment app for use. WeChat was for receiving payments, as she would do homework for others in school. Yang Lin, Bai Lian's voice was always so indifferent and accommodating. Someone needs help copying 3 workbooks of mistakes. I asked her to add you. Just charge the market rate. Yang Lin nodded, then realized Bai Lian couldn't see her. Her voice very soft. Okay. She had just hung up when she received a friend request. It was an iris flower avatar. Yin Lu. Yin Lu. Thank you, schoolmate. This is for Zhang Shi's use. Yin Lu. Transfer 1,000. Yang Lin typed. That's too much. She knew about Zhang Shi's situation. Most of the notebooks and exercises he used in prison were copied by her, handed over by Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, and Bai Lian even asked her to give a discount. Yang Lin had a good memory. After copying these notebooks and workbooks once, she almost understood it herself. Realizing that this was helpful to her, and Zhang Shi's was also a classmate, she wanted to help copy for free, but Bai Lian said that clear accounts make good friends. Yin Lu. Transfer 600. Chapter 473. 186 Jiangjing alumni. The true eldest sister, Qi Lu, is back. _3 Yin Lu. 3 of them are this thick, and others wouldn't even copy it for 500 a book. Thank you, classmate. Yang Lin glanced at Yin Lu's profile picture, roughly knew who she was, and accepted the task. After accepting it, she leaned against the bus window, contemplating buying a phone for the elderly. With Yang Jia in pain in prison, everything started to get better. Evening. Inside the Zhang family kitchen, a small kitchen cluttered with everyday items, showing signs of daily life. At this moment, there were cameras set up at various angles. Yin Lu and Mei Yi were cooking, chatting about Great Yong, and reminiscing about the past while familiarly preparing a meal. As Bai Lian and Pu Xiaoan entered, they immediately saw the two laughing and chatting. Bai Lian paused at the doorway. These two play siblings in Great Yong, and they become good friends off-screen too, said Xine Jie quietly to Bai Lian. Do you think they really look a bit like siblings? Bai Lian placed her backpack on the sofa, her eyes drooping as she nodded gently. To avoid making these students uncomfortable, only one photographer was left in the hall, while others relied on the cameras installed in advance. The director's team was watching the footage from a small room outside. Most of these students wouldn't show their full faces on camera. It's really strange, said the director from the small room outside, watching the screens displaying the faces of Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan, and the others. Are these friends of Yin Lu so natural in front of the camera? Especially this boy. He pointed at the sullen-looking Ning Xiao, who had found a spot to read as soon as he arrived. How can he be so natural? It's no wonder for Bai Lian. She could be calm and do her homework in a bar on Bacter Street. Now, even if someone walked in front of her with a sniper rifle, the director wouldn't be surprised. But how come Pu Xiaohan and Ning Xiao are all so relaxed, one after another? Recording a variety show, the fear is that poor camera presence or a forced performance could mar the show, but none of Yin Lu's guests appeared restrained or forced. They were all incredibly natural. Mei Yi's agent, who was also watching Ning Xiao on the screen, squinted slightly. It is indeed strange. Inside the room, Bai Lian took out a collection of incorrect homework answers from her backpack and set it aside, asking Yin Lu to pass it on to Yang Lin. Then she went to the table and picked out a lily that had been trimmed from a bunch of lilies. Her phone, which had been set aside, started to ring at that moment. It was Qi Yundai. Qi Lu. Bai Lian trimmed off the excess leaves, then handed the flower to Pu Xiaohan beside her. She walked to the window, where she heard a beep from the phone. It was identifiable as the timer sound from an oven. But Ming Dongheng had said that Qi Lu was very busy recently and wouldn't be back until next month. Miss Bai, I'm near the school, Qi Yundai explained, and then remembered something. Has Zhang Shi's study progress dropped? Bai Lian leaned against the windowsill, a mini camera above her head. She explained for Zhang Shi eyes. Too many people are looking for trouble with him. His textbooks can't keep up with how often he changes them. For instance, this vocabulary workbook. Qi Yundai let out a cold laugh. Bai Lian remained silent, only lighting a virtual incense for Zhang Shi eyes in her heart. There are some details about the store in Jiangjing that I need to discuss with you in person, Qi Yundai said, bringing up official matters. When are you free? They'll show you the contract. Sun Chun and Xiaoqi had already arrived in Jiangjing. Xiaoqi had also found a suitable news store, and Qi Yundai wanted to personally oversee the contract. These contracts he had to draft himself. Qi Yundai and his colleagues all thought there was a super tycoon backing Xiankong. At the Zhang family's place, Bai Lian turned around. On the phone, Qi Yundai heard that Yin Lu and others were cooking. He took off his chef's hat in one swift move. Good timing. They'll come to you. Wait, Yin Lu is recording a show here. Bai Lian walked outside to find Xinjie. He'll ask them. In the yard, Xinjie had just located the director and was telling him to definitely protect the likenesses of these high school seniors. She was afraid that some netizens, who like to stir up trouble, might target Ning Xiao, Pu Xiaohan, and the others. Hearing Bai Lian's words, the director was very surprised. At the start of the program, Xinjie had mentioned that Yin Lu didn't have many friends. Now one after another was showing up, each more enigmatic than the last. Who is it? Asked the director. Chapter 474, 187, An Ordinary Lawyer, upgraded to a master, second update. Underscoring after all, it was Bai Lian who asked, so the director subconsciously asked an extra question. Bai Lian was still holding her smartphone, and after thinking for a bit, she said, Qi Lu, he's a lawyer. A lawyer, huh? The director let out a sigh of relief, confident that a lawyer would definitely abide by the law and not cause any accidents. Welcome. Is he okay with being on camera? He remembered this matter, as this should be a mutual friend of Bai Lian and Yin Lu, wanting to do Bai Lian a favor. We will give him an introduction in post-production, which is also a great opportunity to become famous. Wang Xin's mouth twitched slightly, and she couldn't help but give the director another glance. Bai Lian still hadn't hung up the phone, and she only quietly asked the person at the other end. Qi and I didn't care, as he was instructing someone in the bubble tea shop to keep an eye on the fire for him. All good. Once it was confirmed that he was okay with it, Bai Lian informed the director, then turned around and went back to the hall where Pu Xiaoan had arranged the lilies to one side. Wen Qi had positioned the flower pots in the room, and Ning Xiao had finally completed a practice problem on the app. And he discussed the maximum value with Bai Lian. Wang Qi, seeing them so absorbed in the discussion, couldn't help but come over to look at the problem, then left with a dazed expression. Xiaoan was taking pictures of the flower pots with her smartphone. She went over to look after seeing Wang Qi's actions, then silently left. There was only one cameraman in the room. After filming the kitchen for a while, he heard through his earpiece the director's instruction, "Go film what Miss Bai and her classmate are doing. What kind of problem are they writing?" The director was curious, as after all Ning Xiao was almost expressionless, showing other expressions only at this moment. The cameraman was the same one from last night. He carefully avoided Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's faces, filming their smartphones instead. Both the director and Mei Yi's agent moved in to take a look at the camera. Ning Xiao's smartphone appeared on the screen. It had no brand, was black, and looked like it was custom-made by some second-hand store, not any brand available on the market. On the smartphone screen was a practice problem displayed by an app. On the side were the words NO14 Ning Xiao. In the middle, there was a long problem about a ball with a negative charge in a vacuum, and how many photoelectrons would there be when shown with ultraviolet light of wavelength 280. How long does one shine ultraviolet light to just determine the electric potential? What kind of problems are these? The director and the others had all attended high school, and although they had forgotten their high school knowledge over time, They remembered clearly that they definitely didn't have such problems back in high school. After all, whose high school taught about the maximum escape velocity of photoelectrons? Ranked 14th in the entire school. The director watched as Yin listed one English algebraic expression after another, then looked at the numbers on the screen and said quietly, "Very impressive. Are high school students learning this these days? The students really have it tough. Include this in the final cut. It's sure to resonate with them." The cameraman focused on filming the practice problems they were doing, of course without filming the two people. Wang Xian was in the backstage as well, waiting for Qi Yundai while keeping an eye on the monitor. Wang Xian quite agreed with what the director said. Although she had attended high school, she had studied humanities. Displayed on the screen, besides the N, QEVR, and the delta symbols, there were pitifully few numbers, and she did not recognize any of the other special symbols. As they were talking, someone knocked on the back door. "Qi Lu has arrived." Wang Xian quickly came to her senses and went to open the door. Watching the monitor, the director felt a headache coming on. He didn't dare to look any longer, so he went out with Wang Xian. Qi Yundai was dressed in a black plaid shirt, and his chef hat and robe had been removed before he even left the shop, his right hand holding a bag of freshly made cakes. In his left hand, he carried a document bag, and his scholarly and serious demeanor made him seem unapproachable. Wang Xian was very respectful of Qi Yundai. She made way for him. "Qi Lu, this is our director for come here, friend." Directorly. "Hello." Qi Yundai had a businesslike demeanor as he extended a hand to the director, Qi Yundai. Qi Yundai? Director Lee hadn't heard the name before and planned to ask for Qi Yundai's details later during editing to boost his fame. "Hello, Lawyer Qi." The director enthusiastically put the microphone on Qi Yundai and instructed him in a relaxed manner. "Lawyer Qi, make sure you are comfortable with the mic. Don't be nervous. Just treat it like a normal gathering." Qi Yundai made an MHM sound. The director watched as Qi Yundai and Wang Xian went inside. "Miss Bei's friend doesn't really have the air of a lawyer." The director turned and spoke to Mei Yi's agent. "Doesn't have the kind of demeanor that Zhao Jingzhou has." "Who's Zhao Jingzhou?" Mei Yi's agent laughed. "His popularity online rivals that of leading actors and actresses. If you invited him, you could also trend online." Chapter 475, 187, An Ordinary Lawyer Upgraded to a Master, Second Update. _2, when it comes to Zhao Jingzhou, there's no one who doesn't know him. A lawyer both capable and famous, a genuine high achiever who graduated from Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law. How could anyone compare? "You make a good point," the director nodded as he returned to the small room to check the cameras. "But it'll tell you, this Lawyer Qi is even more relaxed than the others, which really is strange." It was a puzzle he couldn't unravel. Come Here, Friend was already in its third season, and many guests had invited friends from outside their own circles. Most of them would be somewhat reserved in front of the cameras or put on airs. It was the first time Director Lee had seen such a harmonious and lax atmosphere like today's. Inside the house, Qi Yundai heard the sound of cooking in the kitchen. His gaze shifted in that direction. He placed the cake on the table and then handed a document bag to Bai Lian. "Take a look when you have time." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen. Mei was slicing potatoes into shreds. He had cooked before, and among ordinary people, his culinary skills were considered good. Even the potato slices he cut were acceptable, at least better than Yen Lu's. Qi Yundai looked disdainfully at the big chunk of potato and turned his head to Mei. "Is your house short of beans?" Yen Lu, who was washing vegetables, turned around with great respect. "Lawyer Qi, you've arrived." After pondering for a moment, he offered an explanation for Mei. "Teacher Mei is really good at cooking. Theoretically, everyone can cook," Qi Yundai commented precisely. Theoretically. As everyone knew, Qi Yundai was an underling of young Master Jiang. A bad bamboo shoot comes from a rotten bamboo. Mei Yi, wearing a black apron with a knife in hand, got a glance from Qi Yundai. "Give me the knife. You two just wash the vegetables." The disdain was not at all concealed. Mei Yi held a high status both inside and outside the circle. and few people had ever evaluated him like that. It took Mei a minute to understand Chi Yundae's meaning. This meant that he had cut the potato shreds so thick they could be used as beams. He silently stepped aside and watched Chi Yundae swiftly turn the knife and then start slicing on the cutting board, cutting each potato shred extremely thin. Mei had thought his own slicing was quite satisfactory until he saw Chi Yundae's potato shreds, only a millimeter thick, which plunged him into silence. In front of the cameras outside, the director looked back hesitantly and asked the staff. Sister Exon said he's a lawyer, right? Or did he mishear chef as lawyer? Should be, the staff member, uncertain while watching Chi Yundae chopping away, replied. In the end, it was Chi Yundae who cooked the meal. The attentive Mei assisted in preparing the side dishes and even picked up a few tricks by following Chi Yundae's lead. Knowing that Mei and Yin Lu were recording a show, Chi Yundae didn't bother kicking them out to cook alone. He occasionally let the two do some cooking. Right? Just hold it like this. He passed the wok handle to Mei. Use your wrist to toss it like this. Mei tried to toss, but couldn't manage it. Chi Yundae, never mind, give it to me. He took the wok back and tossed it with ease. Next to him, Yin Lu spoke defensively for Mei. Tossing the wok is too hard. Ordinary people don't have that kind of wrist strength. This was a challenge to Chi Yundae. He peeked out. Miss Bai, come over here. What is it? Bai Yin approached the kitchen, still holding a pen in her hand. Just like this, use your wrist to toss the wok. Chi Yundae demonstrated to Bai Yin, then let her try tossing the wok. Bai Yin held the handle. Her slender fingers and a segment of her thin, pale wrist were exposed, with a hint of red ribbon visible. Without much effort, she easily performed a wok toss for everyone. Like this. She gave the pan a few flips and asked Chi Yundae, what next? Chi Yundae added a spoonful of salt, took over the pan, turned off the heat, glanced at Mei and Yin Lu, and said slowly and deliberately, It's fine, Miss Bai. You continue learning. Yin Lu, Mei. After Chi Yundae finished cooking, when the kitchen was empty, Mei forgot about the presence of the camera and sneakily gave the pan a flip. During the meal, a bunch of fresh flowers was placed in the center of the table, hiding a microphone and camera. Ever since Yin Lu returned, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had shared 3 meals with her. Yin Lu knew Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were tutoring Zhang Xiai's, something she felt she could do even less of than Ning Xiao. So every time Yin Lu suggested having a meal together, Bai Lian wouldn't refuse. Mei livened up the atmosphere at the dining table. Apart from the 3 of them who were working, the rest were high school seniors. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao talked endlessly about Yang Lin's situation. She picked up a rib unhurriedly, praising Chi Yundae's cooking. Her biology is fine, but she's a bit weaker in math and physics. Did you compile those 2 workbooks of mistakes? Tang Ming and I found those problems. They should be able to help her. Ning Xiao considered for a moment. She missed the biology competition, otherwise it would have been better. At school, he and Chenju, among others, had participated in competitions. As for Yang Lin, she had been so busy working that she had no energy for anything else. Chi Yundae also found an opportunity to discuss the contract with Bai Lian, while Pu Xiaoan asked Yin Lu about fun stories from filming Great Yong and when the inside scoop would air. Yin Lu's participation in Come Here Friend was originally for promoting Great Yong, so when Pu Xiaoan brought it up, she smoothly responded. Pu Xiaoan also boldly asked to add Mei on WeChat. As the table grew lively, Mei held up his phone to Bai Lian, wanting to add her on WeChat. Bai Lian put a piece of bok choy in her bowl and then lifted her eyes, speaking slowly. Sure, we'll let Yin Lu send them all to us later. After the meal, Bai Lian and the others were ready to leave. She looked down to unlock her phone. Several messages popped up on the screen, the first one from Jiang Fulai. He sent a photo indicating he was across the street. Bai Lian replied unhurriedly, 1. Then she picked up her backpack and jacket and went out, with Yin Lu and Mei seeing them off. The director and Sister Xin also came out of the small room to see off Bai Lian and her group. The next message was a WeChat business card sent by Yin Lu, with an English name and an animated avatar. Bai Yin glanced at it, which must be Mei Yi's. She tapped to add him as a friend. She and I was by Bai Yin's side, chatting with her about things in Jiangjing. Once the group of students left, the Zhang family courtyard seemed to quiet down again. Slapping his thigh, the director laughed. Sister Exon, I think today's footage is good too, enough for an episode. Though Qi Yundai wasn't as famous as Zhao Jingzhou, his cooking skills were simply astounding, and he even performed a straw raincoat cut for Mei Yi. He already had thoughts for the trending searches when the show aired. Of course, the director was still unaware that he was thinking too small. We might not go viral. Mei Yi's agent approached him and said, laughing, but Lawyer Qi is really meme-worthy. Haha, Mei Yi, you provided the biggest laugh of the episode. Beam and secretly flipping the pan were indeed too funny. Mei Yi ignored his agent, taking out his phone and opening WeChat. He tapped a few times, then froze. What's wrong? The agent peered down curiously. Mei Yi's WeChat was on a newly verified friends page, featuring an ancient tower avatar without a verification message. The agent scrolled up to see the person's WeChat name, by Jian. Fuck, the agent couldn't hold back the facade, blurting out a classic expletive. You added Yin Lu's mysterious composer god. Chapter 476. Missed by 188. Have a good meal _1 now. Yin Lu songs are more popular than she is. In the current entertainment industry, few are serious about making music. Only some old predecessors are. Although Yin Lu became famous because of 3 songs, the songs themselves have far surpassed her in popularity. Many people know these few songs but don't recognize Yin Lu. The quality of the 3 songs is too high, particularly in the mixed bag that is the music industry. Both the composition and the arrangement are worthy of being called Hall of Fame level. Everyone knows that the arranger is Jian Zhongyou, but Jian isn't only skilled at arranging. He's even more famous for his compositions. He is one of the current top 10 composers, and his works like Autumn Peace, Hometown Sounds, Kangshan's White Snow, and others are widely circulated. Netizens unfamiliar with this type of traditional musician only found out about Jian Zhongyi's influence after he became a hot topic. With his status as a Hall of Fame level composer, yet arranging for another composer, everyone is speculating about who this by Jian could be. However, aside from a Weibo account, the person has not revealed any information, and although there are no secrets in the entertainment industry, even insiders do not know by Jian's identity. Just like the initial days of Jian Zhongyou. Seeing the WeChat page for a second, the serious castle profile picture, and a straightforward WeChat name, his manager's first thought was of Yin Lu's composer. I don't know, Mei Yi said, eyes and brows lowered as he clicked to accept the friend request, giving it only a moment's thought, but it should be missed by. He was easygoing, with sharp, handsome features, and his eyes shone like the divine under the light. Mei Yi's manager also paused, then realized, right, you said you wanted to add Miss Bai on WeChat during the recording. Even the boss of Time Entertainment doesn't know who the composer is. How could they add you? He looked down and saw Mei had sent a message asking if she was Bai Yan. The other party replied with a 1, and Mei Yi added a note. Then, he politely typed a line. The show will air at the end of March. But on the other hand, the manager rubbed his hands, looking at Mei Yi's phone screen, then suddenly said, Miss Bai also has the surname Bai, the same as that composer. Even the online name is the same. Across the street, Jiang Fulai's ride was a 4-seater car, and this little road beside the school had many street vendors at night, generating some foot traffic. Jiang Fulai parked beside a road under construction, dressed in a white shirt with a thin sweater over it, strands of hair falling over his forehead, his expression exceptionally cold. He stood under a streetlight making a phone call. Mr. Mao Kuan has invested $5 million in cash. Miss Bai, your technology evaluation is for $3 million in cash. Party C is the Chun family. Mr. Xiaoqi is the executor and the supervisory board. Qi Yundai was detailing the content to Bai Lian. I've discussed the management structure with them. All is in order. While he was still talking, he saw Jiang Fulai approaching, and Qi Yundai fell silent. Bai Lian also lowered her head as Jiang Fulai said something to the person on the other side of the phone, then hung up. Young Master Jiang, I've returned to find Miss Bai and the third young master. Qi Yundai walked over. Su Nanjing was secondary. Jiang Fulai gave him a glance without commenting on his sudden appearance in Xiangqing, merely grunting in acknowledgement, not adding more. Usually, if nothing as outrageous as last time it happened, and Jiang Shijue was willing to let go, Jiang Fulai often wouldn't interfere too much. He always treasured every minute and second. After Jiang Shijue could stand on his own, few things could pull him away from his experiments and research. Qi Yundai exhaled in relief. He stood watching Bai Lian sit in the front passenger seat. Her phone automatically connected to Bluetooth, and Jiang Fulai slowly drove away. Not until the car mingled with the crowd did Qi Yundai raise his eyebrows slightly and head towards the milk tea shop. Miss Bai really was suitable to deflect hostilities. As for the Miss Bai who was fit to deflect hostilities, she was in the car playing back the original audio. Accustomed to listening to the audio, she discussed with Jiang Fulai about the proposal she had talked over with Ning Xiao today. She's always busy. She was talking about Yang Lin. Jiang Fulai turned right, having no impression of others besides hard rock. But he could always grasp the key points in Bai Lian's conversations, commenting, "You're always busy too." I was talking about Yang Lin. Bai Lian lazily lowered the car window a bit, not admitting to his statement. I only immerse myself in academic influence every day. Am not as busy as you. Jiang Xiaonyao said you spend 25 hours out of 24 in the lab each day. She didn't remember at all her activities from street racing to recording variety shows for Yin Lu to the traditional medicine shop, and then Qi Yundai looking for her today. Jiang Fulai silently reflected. He hadn't even considered the exam problems he had worked through since his senior high school days. Chapter 477. Miss Bai 188. Have a good meal _2. Of course, he didn't dare to contradict what Bai Lian had said. The car stopped at Pure Street, and he got out to walk inside with Bai Lian. Bai Lian put on an earpiece and noticed a new email in her inbox, so she clicked to read it. From the Ma Institute, Bai Lian lit up upon seeing the title, a new article, a report explaining his own study. Such articles required devoted reading and understanding. Bai Lian only glanced at the title and abstract, then forwarded it to Jiang Fulai to print, sighing, "The Ma Institute writes really well." Jiang Fulai leaned over to look at the article, skimmed through a few lines, then stood up, completely ruthless, mediocre, not as well written as mine. As he spoke, he flipped through his own document library, casually picked a few, and forwarded them to Bai Lian, breezily advising, "Miss Bai, treat yourself to something good." Bai Lian, who knew almost nothing about dark matter. In Ji Hung's courtyard, the embroideress had already left. Jiang, he was sitting on the stone table, puzzling over complex Lego sets. When he saw Jiang Fulai approaching, he clumsily covered the puzzle with a small jacket lying nearby. Ji Hung sat on the embroidery stool, holding a needle and contemplating the dark garment on the embroidery frame. "Grandfather." Bai Lian crossed the steps to enter, and as usual, greeted Ji Hung. Jiang Fulai was right behind her and casually closed the door to the courtyard. Glancing at Jiang, he without saying a word. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai, Ji Hung showed him the floral design on paper. "Xiaojiang, does it look like this?" Bai Lian also looked over. Ji Hung had drawn a Dunhuang auspicious cloud pattern. It looked very wealthy. Jiang Fulai stood beside her, eyes and eyebrows lowered, his voice somewhat gentle. "That's correct." "Then it's settled." Ji Hung nodded, casually picked up the nearby smoking pipe. Having finished the drawing, he now had a plan in mind. Recently, he had been embroidering the same pattern, and he intended to use Jiang Fulai's piece to fend off boredom. Jiang Fulai took Jiang He home, with Ji Hung escorting them out the door. Jiang He waved at Ji Hung reluctantly. Ji Hung lit a cigarette and stood in the doorway watching them leave. The alley had street lights installed a few months ago, and he stayed until they turned the corner. It wasn't until they were out of sight that he turned back into the courtyard. Balian had never liked watching people leave. The first time she saw someone off was when Ji Xiaojun suddenly went to Jiangjing, but that time, she left before Ji Xiaojun did. Ji Heng didn't demand this of her. When he turned to close the door, Balian was uncovering Jiang He's jacket to look at his creation, an image he had drawn himself and had made in a Lego to scale. This is custom ordered by Jiang He himself. Ji Heng exhaled a ring of smoke, speaking nonchalantly. He has to pre-assemble it. I heard it's a birthday present for his brother. Jiang He had confided quietly to Ji Heng about this. Heiress Street. Jiang Fulai strolled casually ahead. With Jiang He trying to keep up with large stride behind him. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Bai Lian about his paper. Applause. After opening it, the two little hands even enlarged for a moment, and Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow. As the tall and the short reached the car, he pressed the car key to unlock it, and, to Jiang He's disbelief, opened the back door for him. Jiang He hesitated before climbing in. He hadn't often enjoyed such treatment, and once seated, he looked at Jiang Fulai in the driver's seat and shifted his legs. I'm a bit hot. Jiang Fulai glanced at the rearview mirror, started the car, and lowered the rear window slightly. The wind blew in. Jiang He felt a bit elated and a bit thirsty. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road and casually opened the glove compartment of the front passenger seat, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and tossed it to Jiang He. His front passenger seat rarely had anyone bold enough to sit there. Ever since Bai Lian started sitting in the back, there was always plenty of food and drink. Jiang He caught the mineral water, growing bolder. The wind is a bit too. Finally losing his patience, Jiang Fulai gave a cold glance to the back seat. Sit properly. Jiang. He immediately closed the vent on himself. The car slowly arrived at the residence, and Jiang Fulai parked and walked towards the entrance, where the garden lights were brightly lit. Su Nanjing lounged casually on an elegant recliner, idly scattering a handful of fish food. The koi that he had fed all day were too lazy to nibble again, barely flicking their tails. Seeing Jiang Fulai return, he sat upright, tossing aside the fish food. Jiang Ji. Jiang Fulai nodded towards him and continued inside, while Jiang He trailed behind, clutching the bottle of water. Su Nanjing greeted Jiang He. Jiang He didn't even lift his head, ambling along and ignoring him. Chapter 478. Missed by 188. Have a good meal _3. Look, he only talks to people with high IQs. Su Nanjing said to Xiao Bingwen beside him, paused for a moment, then added like little sister Bai Lian. Although Jiang He was young and knew few characters, he was innately extremely sharp with numbers. Xiao Bingwen knew that despite Jiang He's young age, many professors valued him highly. His talent set him apart from ordinary geniuses, putting him on par with He1 and his peers. Hearing Su Nanjing's words, Xiao Bingwen simply said, "Isn't it because of his good looks?" "I used to think so too." Su Nanjing thought back to the scene he saw at noon, sighed, and took back the fish feed to continue feeding the koi. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Xiao Bingwen indeed didn't understand. So he changed the subject. The contract is settled here. I have to go back to Jiangjing in a couple of days. The welcoming party for the newbies at Jiang University is about to start. I wonder if Liang Wuyu will go. And for He1, I don't have any solution. What about your grandfathers? The Su family and the Xiao family shared common ancestry. And this summer, a batch of students from Jiangjing University were facing graduation. With fierce competition in the talent market, some would choose to be affiliated with foreign companies. The Su family patriarch entrusted this important task to the Xiao family. Don't worry, he knows exactly what's going on in his mind, Su Nanjing said lazily, leaning against the railing. As for He1, he's not someone who could be invited just by. His thoughts suddenly turned to Bai Lian, and he stopped speaking mid-sentence. The next day, Monday, Bai Lian still arrived at the classroom early. She wore her loose school uniform with the zipper pulled all the way up, her hair neatly tied back, and the first thing she did was to look at her deskmate. Yang Lin had been arriving very early every day lately, not missing a single class. She was bent over, copying mistakes in her notebook, her hair just below her ears hanging down, completely covering her side face. Bai Lian leisurely withdrew her gaze, set her backpack down, and kicked her chair back before carelessly sitting down. Pu Xiaohan came in, yawning. "Morning." She greeted Bai Lian and sat down sideways. Seeing Bai Lian on her phone, she thought she was reviewing her lessons. But wait, are you watching a video? Pu Xiaohan bent down to see that Bai Lian was watching a jade carving video and hesitated. After all, it was rare to see Bai Lian doing anything other than studying in class. Bai Lian placed her phone on the desk, her left hand resting on the edge of the table, her right hand lazily propping her chin. Modern technology is really advanced. Advanced? Pu Xiaohan hesitantly watched the polishing on the screen. Wasn't it just a polisher with some pointed attachments? She didn't understand, but didn't ask any further. Bai Lian continued to watch her videos until the first period when the principal distributed exercises and the teacher explained them. After listening for a while, Bai Lian silently took out her phone and continued watching videos without sound. Weng Qi saw Bai Lian secretly watching her phone and took out a cake to eat in secret. Zhang Xiais used to eat with him, but now Weng Qi was alone. The academic director inspected the classes early. Seeing Weng Qi not paying attention and sneaking cake, asking his desk mate if they wanted some, the director knocked on the back door and called him out. The academic director was serious. "The college entrance exam is coming up, and you're not paying attention in class. What are you eating?" "Taro Xiaobei cake." Weng Qi touched his head. Academic director. As everyone knew, Zhang Xiais and Weng Qi from class 15 were both fools. Weng Qi reacted only after being called out and returned to his seat with the cake. The chemistry teacher on the stage looked at him coldly. Weng Qi silently put the cake down and glanced at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was still openly watching her phone. Could the chemistry teacher and the academic director not see her? The chemistry teacher on stage could clearly see the conduct of all the students below. It was the first time the chemistry teacher had seen Bai Lian playing with her phone in class. She must have her reasons for being on her phone. The chemistry teacher even suspected she was studying a difficult problem on her phone. "No way, big sister Lian." Weng Qi, sitting on Zhang Shi's desk, one foot on the ground, leaned over to watch for a long time before realizing it was just a video of jade polishing. "Are you watching this for hypnosis?" Bai Lian slowly looked up, her slender finger sliding to the next video. "Anyway, I don't eat Taro Xiaobei." "Damn, Taro Xiaobei." Several others in the class laughed, and from then on, Weng Qi, like Zhang Xiais, forever lost his own name. Xiaobei. Monday afternoon's last period was always homeroom. The students in the class worked much harder this semester than before, so Lu Lingxi didn't have as much to remind them about. After the class, she asked Bai Lian to stop by the office. Class had just ended, the hallway was crowded, and Bai Lian didn't push through the crowd. Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, and the others were waiting in the classroom for Bai Lian. Bai Lian had been watching videos for almost the entire day, and now she finally opened the app to check this month's challenge questions. Her ranking climbed quickly, already surpassing Ning Xiao. She received many messages, but most of the red dots were blocked by the plugin Jiang Fulai Center. Only the official message turned from a private message into a banner at the top. The 5-1 app meetup will be held at the Jiangjing University Auditorium. Transportation and accommodation expenses will be reimbursed. Please fill out personal information as required. http://JJDX. Bai Lian glanced at it and swiped past. She didn't fill it out. 3 minutes later, the crowd thinned out and Bai Lian picked up her phone and walked outside as an unfamiliar phone call came in. A landline from Jiangjing. She guessed it was a call from Su In's office and answered it. "Hello." The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, tinged with curiosity. "May I speak with Bai Jian?" Chapter 479, 189 Outstanding Talents Emerge. Show Preview, Second Update. _1 Bai Lian turned a corner and sidestepped 2 students coming downstairs, heading down. She raised an eyebrow. "And you are?" The voice on the phone clearly hesitated for a moment, as they probably weren't expecting a girl to answer. Only hesitating for 2 seconds, it continued. I am the main person in charge of the Jiangjing University app. May I ask if you're the owner of this phone? The app registration required only an invitation code and a phone number. That's all their backend could retrieve. Walking upstairs with her head down, Bai Lian replied nonchalantly, Yes, it's me. The curiosity increased on the other end of the line. The annual freshman mixer is starting soon, to be held at the Jiangjing University Auditorium. There will be senior students sharing their experiences. We haven't received your information yet. Aren't you planning to come? Emphasis was placed on Jiangjing University and the senior students, hinting at a great opportunity to expand one's network. It was rare for anyone to miss it each year. Except for Su Jiyue and Liang Wuyu. Everyone was quite curious about this Bai Jian, who had suddenly appeared. After all, she had already become the standard for answers. With those two also taking an interest in her, many were eager to learn who she really was. Bai Lian politely declined. Sorry, I don't have the time. She said a couple more words and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the office at the comprehensive building of Jiangjing University, the bespectacled young man was still holding the phone to his ear. People around him grew impatient. What did she say? Who is it? Did you find out? Will she come? Everyone in the office looked at him. The young man came back to his senses, pausing slightly. Don't know, she probably won't come, a female student. Ask her again. Someone beside him grabbed his arm pleadingly. You must convince her to come. Do you know how many are searching for information about her? On the second floor, when Bai Lian arrived at the office, only Lu Lingxi was there. Seeing Bai Lian, she smiled gently without speaking right away. Bai Lian was in no hurry and patiently waited on the side. About 2 minutes later, Lu Lingxi finally opened a drawer and took out a stack of money. Bai Lian, this is Yang Lin's medical fee. She handed the money to Bai Lian. Bai Lian tucked her phone in her pocket and did not accept the money, only looking at Lu Lingxi, her eyes deep and inscrutable. Is this from you on her behalf? She knew that Lu Lingxi had always been concerned about Yang Lin, and that for a time, even Yang Lin's tuition fees were paid by Lu Lingxi. No, it isn't. Lu Lingxi sighed lightly, knowing she could not deceive Bai Lian. It's from someone else on behalf of Yang Lin. As to who it was, she did not say. Yang Lin will pay back the money she owes me herself, Bai Lian said calmly, still very polite. Is there anything else, teacher? Lu Lingxi may have anticipated this response. She put the money back into the drawer, sighing deeply. Forget it. He'll get it back to her. You better head home. Bai Lian noticed the teacher's use of ta and returned to her class, leaving with Pu Xiaohan and others. What did Lu Mom want with you? Pu Xiaohan asked Bai Lian curiously. Yang Lin had dashed off right after class for a part-time job at the milk tea shop. Bai Lian started to fib. She asked if I was under a lot of pressure. It's definitely a lot of pressure with only 90 days left, Pu Xiaohan believed without doubt. Feeling a bit melancholic after the exams, we'll be in different cities. Today was Monday. After writing homework in the milk tea shop for a while, Bai Lian packed up her bag. Why are you going home so early today? Pu Xiaohan looked up. With an indifferent shrug, Bai Lian threw her backpack on and stood up, her loose hair casually framing her eyes, her tone lazy. Yeah, got something to do. Pira Street. Mao Kuan was helping the store manager carry stock, his blonde hair accompanied by a towel over his shoulder. The boss, while lugging beer, looked worriedly at the bruise on his face. Did you get into a fight? Stop carrying, it'll do it. I fell on the stairs. Mao Kuan quietly moved the beer inside. You think I'm a fool? The boss didn't believe him for a second. Seeing Bai Lian saunter slowly by, he said to her, always fighting, and now he's trying to fool me. Dressed in her blue and white school uniform, with her black bag slung over one shoulder, Bai Lian blinked, gazing earnestly at the boss, her expression innocent and voice sincere. He really did fall. I watched him fall. The boss hurriedly turned back. Look at you. How can you be so careless? Mao Kuan. Chapter 480. 189 outstanding talents emerge. Show preview, second update. _2, he grumpily finished moving the goods, then wiped his hand with a towel before picking up a red bag from the ground and handing it to Bailian. I found these at the auction, but why did you buy such expensive things, sis? Bailian was quite the penny pincher, normally opting for buses over taxis. Mao Kuan had never seen Bailian purchase anything substantial. This was her first time buying something so expensive, and it was 2 items at that, 20,000 apiece. Opening the bag, Bailian glanced inside. There were 2 pieces of jade, square in shape around 4 to 5 centimeters each, with some slight imperfections, uncarved. She took out one piece and held it up to the streetlight, squinting. The clear base with water-like inclusions in the jade made her complexion appear cool and pale. When it was bought, Mao Kuan didn't think it looked very nice, but now, under the streetlight, he thought his sister had a good eye. "Where are the tools?" she asked. "It'll take a few more days," Mao Kuan replied, sipping on the milk the boss had given him, his eyes slightly narrowed. "They're rare in enchanting, usually shipped from Damping City." "Okay." Bailian stuffed the jade back in her pocket and took a box of Wangzai milk, methodically unwrapping the straw. "Have you signed a contract?" "Signed it ages ago," Mao Kuan grinned. "Xiaoqi is handling things in Jiangjing. When are you heading over there?" "After the college entrance exams," Bailian replied nonchalantly. Throughout the entire month of March, Yin Lu's popularity in the entertainment circle refused to wane. In mid-March, Come Here Friend began its marketing with plans for a simultaneous broadcast on Jiangjing TV station and online at the end of the month. Once the news broke, those outside the entertainment industry were rather oblivious to its significance. But inside the circle, there was astonishment. Getting on satellite TV was tough enough, let alone on Jiangjing TV station, where variety show auditing had become increasingly challenging over the past 2 years. Who could have known that Come Here Friend would pass Jiangjing TV station's audit? Once the positioning of Come Here Friend was known, countless entertainers eagerly reached out to the show's team, expressing their desire to join the program. Friday, after school in the afternoon, Bailian picked up her backpack, her eyes fixed on the problems displayed in the app. Pu Xiaohan was introducing a good shampoo to Yonglin. Beside them, Tang Ming was asking Bailian about the social event he had seen mentioned in a message long ago. Ning Xiao had never brought it up with her. "Are you going to the mixer mentioned there?" Without looking up, Bailian gave him 2 words, "Not going." It was just like her. Ning Xiao wouldn't go either. Tang Ming was slightly interested, but with neither of them going, he couldn't be bothered either. Is Sister Lu's show being broadcast simultaneously next Sunday? Yes. Wang Qi's eyes lit up with excitement. The show's official announcement has been made, and everyone must watch it the moment it airs. Bei Bei, the tall boy next to him, rested his hand on Wang Qi's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. "Weren't you a die-hard fan of Man Shi?" Wang Qi immediately wiped the smile from his face and expressionlessly pulled the boy's hand off. It wasn't clear whether he was unhappy with being called Bei Bei or with the mention of Man Shi. Ning Xiao went straight home after the evening school, and Bailian, aware of his grandmother's health situation, didn't ask further. As she stepped out of the school gates, she saw Jiang Fulai waiting at the corner. Su Nanjing wasn't on his cool motorcycle, but sitting in the back seat, having nearly finished his busy tasks, though he hadn't returned to Jiangjing. As Bailian approached, Jiang Fulai, touching his Bluetooth earpiece, his brow slightly furrowed, exuded a sharp chill in the evening sunlight. When he saw Bailian, he handed her the printed paper. "Bailian, are you reading this?" Su Nanjing got out of the car, loosely holding sunglasses, his fingertips pointing towards the paper Bailian had taken, showing a moment of hesitation. He had always thought it was something Jiang Fulai, the specialist, was reading. Bailian nodded her head. "Any problem?" Su Nanjing snapped back to reality, recalling the matter with Yiwan, and shook his head. "It seems there isn't." Jiang Fulai took off his Bluetooth earpiece and put it in his pocket. He turned slightly, his gaze sweeping past Su Nanjing and settling on Bailian. "Going straight home?" Bai Lian, looking at the messages on her phone, replied in a drawl, "Not heading back just yet. I'm thinking of buying a TV." She had received several messages during class. Dean Jian was always timely. As soon as Bai Lian opened the message, one popped up. "No new songs this month?" Bai Lian, soon. She continued scrolling through her messages. Jiang Fulai looked down at her, feeling hesitant for the first time. "A TV?" "Yeah." Bai Lian replied to a few messages, including some from Mei Yi and Yin Lu. Lifting her gaze slightly, she continued, "Grandpa doesn't have a TV at home, and next Sunday I might want to watch TV. The show with Yin Lu, and after that." Chapter 481, 189 Outstanding Talents Emerge. Show Preview, Second Update. _3, there was also Daeong. Ji Hung liked to listen to the radio. He didn't have a TV at home. Next to him, Su Nanjing reacted quickly. "Little sister Bai Lian, I brought..." Before he could finish, he saw Jiang Fulai standing beside him with the car keys, tall and elegant, watching him with a calm and lofty presence, his eyes cold and proud, as if nothing had changed from before. But Su Nanjing could sense a hint of lethal intent spilling from those light-colored eyes. He forcefully changed the subject. "My big brother Jiang. He has a great eye for selecting TVs." Jiang Fulai left without him, and Su Nanjing stood there alone, forlorn, watching the black car disappear into the distance. He stroked his chin. What TV to watch on Sunday? He was not familiar with entertainment, so he took out his smartphone to consult with Xiao Bingwen. Xiao Bingwen was in Jiangjing, and he quickly returned the call, his voice sounding a bit tired. "Nanjing, I'm not sure about what TV, but Yin Lu seems to have a variety show." Su Nanjing was just asking casually. His eyes caught sight of a milk tea shop, and he strode towards it, his tone indifferent. "Is something up on your end?" "Somewhat," Xiao Bingwen said, massaging his temples softly. "At the freshman mixer at Jiang University, someone remarkably talented has appeared, someone who could potentially rival Liang Wuyu. But I haven't gotten any insider information. I heard Liang Wuyu is going there too, targeting that person." The milk tea shop was busy. Su Nanjing glanced around and queued up among the crowd, his expression serious. "Who?" Meanwhile, at Tianhuan, in the studio of the popular artist Liu Yang. Liu Yang had just finished his work, and none of the staff in the studio had left for the day yet. An assistant cleaned up his desk, picked up his smartphone, and saw a notification. "Come Here Friend has a premiere date set. Jiangjing TV station will broadcast concurrently online, and Yin Lu's guest is Mei." He spoke out instinctively. Behind him, Liu Yang, clad in a designer outfit, saw his smile disappear in an instant. The agent, aware of the show's recent popularity, followed with a sigh. "From Jiangjing Music Academy, going on Jiangjing's satellite TV, and that composer, Liu Yang was originally supposed to be the guest on the show with Yin Lu." Realizing Liu Yang's mood had soured, the agent swiftly changed the subject. "But look at the netizens' comments. Even though the show is trending, it's not necessarily good for them. Variety shows need to have impact. It's not like filming a drama." The buzz in the entertainment circle comes and goes in waves. Only this time, Yin Lu's popularity kept soaring due to Jian Zhongyo and the mysterious composer, and once Come Here Friend was officially announced, many fans and bystanders took notice. The agent opened the official Weibo account for Come Here Friend and found a teaser video posted there, less than a minute long. It was mysteriously edited, and the netizens could not discern much from it. Doesn't teacher Mei Yi rarely appear on variety shows? Am I the only one who thinks he's not cut out for it? Honestly, neither of them seems right for variety shows. From the trailer, other than teacher Mei Yi, the rest are outsiders, and there are even a few students whose faces aren't shown. A lot of outsiders? Then there's really nothing worth watching. Yin Lu's networking in the entertainment circle is poor, isn't it? Why didn't she invite Bai Jian and Dean Jian? If they were on the show, wouldn't it explode with popularity? I also thought Yin Lu could get a Jian and a Jian Zhongyo to come, somewhat disappointed. Anyway, since those two bigwigs behind Yin Lu didn't show up, we'll just appreciate Yin Lu and Mei Yi's looks. If it's outsiders, let be outsiders. The focus isn't on them anyway. Who cares who they are? Chapter 482, 190 Lien and Mu Family's True Prodigy _1 suppress each other. Look, Liu Yang's agent shrugged nonchalantly. Netizens all say there's nothing worth watching. Yes, netizens say there's nothing to see, but they didn't say they wouldn't watch. Given Yin Lu's and the show's increasing popularity, as long as the two of them didn't make any major mistakes, the program's heat would still be very high. Most importantly, Yin Lu's arranger, Jian Zhongyou, was a true master of art, and the lyricist and composer who hadn't appeared yet, although not yet seen, had a name that resonated through the music world. Liu Yang looked down and slowly fastened his buttons, saying nothing. He had debuted with the persona of a noble son, and at the time, Yin Lu was being criticized all over the internet. The studio worried about affecting his image, and after weighing the options, they decided to give up on this opportunity. My fault, the agent stared at the phone side. I shouldn't have let them make that call. It's too rare to receive charcoal in snowy weather, to form such a modest but precious friendship. Now all they could hope for was that Come Here Friend would not become a huge hit, so that Liu Yang and his heart could feel a bit better. As soon as Come Here Friend was officially announced, the buzz didn't die down. All the major video self-media were riding on this popularity, analyzing what the refined Mei Yi and the cold beauty Yin Lu could possibly do together. Xiangqing, Electronic City. Bai Yin took off her coat, wearing only a Chinese button-up shirt. After getting out of the car, she stretched languidly, casually looking for the elevator sign. On the other side, Jiang Fulai took the car keys. This way. Bai Yin had already walked to the middle. She lifted her chin towards the left, her voice lazy, having seen the elevator around the corner. The phone rang, still that call from Jiangjing. If it wasn't for the fact that the caller was from Jiangjing University and, in a way, belonged to the same lineage as her, Bai Yin was a little tempted to block the number. Classmate, the man's voice on the other end of the phone was already helpless, having tried to persuade her for so long to no avail. His eyes darted around. We have a top 10 app commemorative gift. Can I have an address to send it to you? Bai Yin waited for Jiang Fulai to come over, smiled. No need. The voice on the other end sounded disappointed. It's a unique cultural creation of our first president, a little copper figure, the first president. Bai Yin's hand tightened, unsure if it was the person she was thinking of. Can I pick it up myself? The person was not accustomed to this request, paused. Oh, that's fine. They'll give you the address. He quickly repeated the address, then added, is it too long or too complicated? Haha. They'll add you on WeChat and directly send you the detailed address. Thank you, Bai Yin slowly said. They'll have my uncle come and pick it up. Clearly, she remembered it. The other person on Friday evening, there were more people in the Electronic City than usual. When Bai Yin and Jiang Fulai stepped out of the elevator, they attracted quite a few stares. Both had straight backs and were exceptionally stunning to look at. You too. The salesperson saw them coming in, and even though they were in a mall, it felt like she was suddenly dazzled by sunlight and said with uncertainty, Are you here to buy TV? Bai Yin wore a Chinese button-up shirt with blue school uniform pants, a white earbud in her left ear, and loosely held a Huami phone in her hand. Upon hearing the question, she smiled politely at the salesperson and nodded. Yes. Jiang Fulai followed behind her without a word. His daily life was dull, accompanied most often by books and computers, spending much of his time in the laboratory. He kept his brows restrained, his usual aloof demeanor. The salesperson was captivated by Bai Yin and led her to the TVs, making introductions as they went. Because of their distinguished presence, she subconsciously directed them to the high-end area. Bai Yin glanced at the prices, tilted her head slightly. Are there any cheaper ones? The salesperson was momentarily stunned, then quickly guided them to another section. These are considerably less expensive. Bai Yin nodded, looking at the TVs without showing much understanding. Behind her, Jiang Fulai picked up a nearby brochure. His fingers were long and well manicured, and after casually flipping through a few pages and examining the specifications, he put it down. The resolution is too low. It won't do. Next one. This one is too small, not suitable for your grandfather's house. Refresh rate is too low. It doesn't even support HDR. Why buy it? At first, the salesperson was enthusiastically introducing TVs to Bai Lian, but eventually she couldn't get a word in edgewise. If it weren't for Jiang Fulai's intimidating presence, she might have cursed out loud. Enough with the chatter, Master Jiang. Bai Lian glanced at him. Then she pointed to a TV that Jiang Fulai hadn't berated too harshly. Thank you, this one will do. Jiang Fulai just followed behind her, his gaze shifting towards a nearby bestseller priced at $9,999 that he thought was passable. After all that picking, he felt this one was acceptable. Chapter 483. 190 Lien and Mu family's true prodigy _to suppress each other. His gaze on the $99.99 was too obvious. Bai Lian stretched out her hand and poked his arm with her cell phone, lazily warning him, try buying it. Jiang Fulai struggled to take his eyes off it. After buying the TV, Bai Lian brought it back. Ji Hong was embroidering flowers in the yard when he saw Bai Lian enter with a cardboard box, with Jiang Fulai lazily trailing behind her, a black backpack slung over his arm. What's that? Ji Hong put down his needle. A TV. Bai Lian placed the television set in the living room, cleared the tobacco and a heap of messy wires off the left cabinet, along with the big cabbage plush pillow, and moved them onto a nearby chair, preparing to set up the TV there. Ji Hong followed behind, took a look, and brought the pillow back to his room. His living space used to have few possessions: cooking utensils, furniture, tobacco, and a tobacco pipe. Now, the living room was filled with puzzles belonging to Jiang He, odd pieces of disassembled electric motors and copper wires that Bai Lian had brought home, not to mention the plush pillows. There was even a small machine in the storehouse a while ago. Ji Hong felt that his courtyard was about to explode with stuff. Uncle Ji, an embroideress, walked by and, upon seeing, smiled. Alien bought you a TV. Now your home will be lively. I've long said you should watch more TV when you have nothing to do. With his tobacco pipe in hand, Ji Hong grunted in agreement as he watched Jiang Fulai flip through the manual, connecting the TV to the network. Ji Hong's place used to have no internet until Bai Lian, worried that young people would be bored without it, made sure to wire the courtyard. Now, it certainly came in handy for setting up the TV. Bai Lian wasn't too good with such electrical things, so she watched Jiang Fulai do the setup. Operating the TV wasn't difficult. After installation, Jiang Fulai switched the TV on. While Bai Lian was out getting something, he casually activated all the annual memberships, about 6 of them. Bai Lian came back with 2 backrests made by Ji Hong, only to find Jiang Fulai putting away his phone. She set down the chairs. What are you up to? Nothing. Jiang Fulai bent down, slowly picking up the remote control. If she knew he had purchased memberships that almost equaled the price of the TV. Jiang Fulai cleared his throat, then called Ji Hong over to teach him how to use it. Evening. After Jiang Fulai left, Bai Lian was busy in a small room next door. Outside, Ji Hong was video calling with Ji Xiaojun, showing off the living room TV. Shen Qing peered over and saw an advertisement playing on the TV on Ji Hong's side. Dad, did you get a TV? Alien bought it. Ji Hong blew a smoke ring, a faint smile on his face. She has a friend whose variety show is airing next Sunday. Make sure you guys watch. On the other end of the phone, Ji Shane's face also rarely showed a smile. The butler and a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses sat opposite, not interrupting the family gathering, quietly listening about Bai Lian having a friend in the entertainment industry, though it didn't seem like a big deal to them. It wasn't until Ji Hong asked him that the butler looked up and spoke to Ji Hong. Mr. Ji is great talent. Why did you let him go study art? As he spoke, the butler seemed somewhat regretful, because Ji Xiaojun was very smart, almost catching on to things instantly. Ji Hong didn't respond, but Ji Xiaojun spoke up. I liked art myself. I understand. It just feels like a pity. If you had grown up in a Mu family, you could have had access to the best resources, the butler said, sighing. Perhaps you would have worked on research with Mr. Mu Qiong. Mr. Mu Qiong? Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing heard this name for the first time. Mr. Mu Qiong is the only son of the second master, a rare genius appearing once in 100 years in the Mu family, the butler said with bright eyes. He skipped grades all the way, started his doctorate at 22, a Mensa member. Back then, our Mu family had such glory. He didn't continue after that. Ji Xiaojun knew about the young generation of the Mu family almost being completely gone and didn't ask further. Shun Qing picked up the phone, changing the subject. Dad, where's Alien? She took the phone to her room to talk with Bai Lian, and Bai Lian's voice faintly came through. Aunt, can you and Uncle help me pick something up tomorrow? After the others went in, the butler turned to Ji Xiaojun. Why doesn't your father want to come to Jiangjing? He was asking about Ji Heng. He won't leave. Ji Xiaojun closed a file and paused, then added, but that was before. What do you mean? The butler sat up straight. You know, Alien, my dad has never bowed his head for anybody over these many years for my sister. But she is different. Chapter 484. 190 Lien and Mu family's true prodigy _3 suppress each other. Would he come if Bai Lian persuaded him? Ji Xiaojun also wasn't sure, but Ji Heng had too many things in Pure Street that he couldn't bear part with. Niece, the butler recalled Bai Lian, but the impression wasn't deep. I remember. Isn't she a high school student? Yes, Ji Xiaojun nodded. She's about to take the college entrance exam. When she comes to Jiangjing, my dad may not be able to let go of his worries. The butler nodded, discussed today's tasks with Ji Xiaojun, and then left. After going out, the middle-aged man with glasses beside him couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jia's niece? She's now in Xiangqing, the butler replied. After Ji Xiaojun came back, they only checked on Ji Xiaojun and Ji Shairon's information. As for Shun Qing, Bai Lian, and the others, they hardly did any research. The college entrance exam is starting again this year, huh? They didn't talk much about Bai Lian, and the topic quickly shifted elsewhere. This year, only one person from the collateral branches is taking the college entrance exam, the middle-aged man said softly. I'm not expecting him to achieve the top position like Mr. Mu Qiong, but it would be a blessing for Mr. Mu Qiong in heaven if he makes it into the top 10, the butler said, trembling as he leaned on his cane and stepped down the stairs. The next day, 6 o'clock, Bai Lian woke up, and as soon as she opened her bedroom door, she heard the faint sound of a TV from the living room. Ji Heng woke up very early today. He cooked porridge and bought fried dough sticks and egg pancakes, now sitting in the living room watching the local TV station's news. Today, Qi Yundai would personally check on Zhang Xiai's, leaving Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai some time to themselves. Bai Lian leisurely finished brushing her teeth and went to the small room next door, where a carving machine was placed, surrounded by a pile of other tools she had taken apart. Ji Heng would always come here when he couldn't find something. She sat on a small stool, with two almost identical pieces of clear-bottom jade on the machine table. The jade had plenty of water, and at nearly 1 centimeter thickness, it was transparent even against the hand, but due to cracks and a small piece of yellow jade, both had flaws, so they were priced low. For 20,000 yuan, the seller probably didn't dare to ask for a high price from Mao Kuan, and gave them to Mao Kuan at the raw stone's original price. The two pieces of jade had been roughed out. The main outlines of the god of longevity and the Kylin were fully sketched, with the approximate shapes pushed out, and the high and low points were clear. Bai Lian picked up a piece of jade and started to outline the god of longevity's finer details on the roughened surface. She skillfully incorporated the peach onto the spot of yellow jade. Her drawing skills were always good, but her carving skills hadn't caught up. She had been studying the jade carving machine for over half a month, and after she finished drawing, she used a triangular awl to outline the edges. Bai Lian's drawing looked pretty, but the carving turned out to be passable at best, not particularly attractive. She lowered her head, slowly finished the rough outline, made a few more adjustments, then put down the jade pendant, feeling that she should stop for the day or risk ruining it. That she hadn't wrecked the piece until today was entirely because it was expensive and she didn't dare apply too much force. When she stepped out of the room, she immediately saw Jiang Fulai standing under the banyan tree. It wasn't quite 8 o'clock, and the sunlight wasn't too intense. Specks of light scattered through the leaves and landed on his face, which was mostly cast in shadow. He wore a casual white outfit. A printed paper curled in his left hand as he lightly tapped it against his palm. "I didn't see you come out," he said with his back to the sunlight, standing under the shade of the tree, speaking at a leisurely pace. "I thought you might have forgotten while watching TV." He looked at Bai Lian, his light-colored eyes concentrating, but since he didn't see her, he had come to find her. Bai Lian was rarely late. After saying a word to Ji Hung, she left with Jiang Fulai. After they left, the aunt by Ji Hung's side smiled and spoke with a bit of emotion. "Uncle Ji, look how great Xiaojiang is and Alien too. When little Shun was sick, you saw how she was even steadier than you. If my own child could be 1% as worry-free as they are." Ji Hung put down his needle, heard the words, and just smiled without responding. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were both young, merely naive youths stepping into society in Ji Hung's eyes. Having been through so much, Ji Hung knew well that no one is born invincible or phoenix reborn. It takes immense ups and downs in life to reach such a state. After all his experiences, he felt he was not as stable as the two of them. Meanwhile, in Jiangjing, Shen Xing and Ji Xiaojun both got up early. Ji Xiaojun had finished his training and then asked his teacher for leave. During his time in Jiangjing with Shen Xing, when they had neither training nor classes, they rarely went out. This was the first time he asked the training manager for leave, who was momentarily stunned and quickly reported to the butler. The call from the butler came swiftly. Ji Xiaojun had just left, and Shen Xing was checking the unfamiliar bus schedules. "Are you going out?" Every day Ji Xiaojun was personally taught something, and it was only on weekends that the company's manager would take a break from teaching him hands-on skills. The butler was surprised by Ji Shan's request for leave. "Is there an emergency?" Yes, Ji Xiaojun had only found out the night before, during rest time from Shen Xing, that Bai Lian needed them to pick up something for her. "Alien needs us to pick up something. It's at..." Chapter 485, 191 on behalf of Alien, goes to Jiangjing University. Broadcast, second update. _1 on the other end of the phone. The butler looked up at the curtain hanging in front of the door. He slowly let out a breath. When he received the manager's call, he thought Ji Xiaojun must have had some important event to attend to and had no choice but to ask the manager for leave. He was now calling to ask if Ji needed any help. After hearing Ji Shan's explanation, did he realize it was not a big deal, but rather a task of fetching something for his niece? The butler was somewhat puzzled. For what he knew of Ji Xiaojun, Ji was smart and could prioritize tasks. It seemed unlikely that Ji would do this. "You mean, you're taking leave?" The butler interrupted Ji Xiaojun, discussing with him. "Just to fetch something for your niece? It's not easy for the manager to find time to teach you. Is this thing so important that you have to fetch it?" "Alien rarely asks for my help," Ji Xiaojun explained. Unable to persuade him, the butler said, "All right, then come back early." After hanging up the phone, the butler looked towards the direction of the curtain, from behind which an aged voice asked, "Ji Xiaojun?" "Yes, him." The butler put his phone back in his pocket, leaned on his cane with one hand, and placed the other on his chest, bowing slightly in a very humble manner. He took leave to fetch a package for his niece. "Actually, Mr. Ji is quite intelligent." The aged voice answered indifferently, then fell silent. He didn't ask what Ji Xiaojun went to do, nor did he inquire who the niece was. After what the Mu family had been through with Mu Qiong, who else would dare claim to be smart? Others couldn't hold a candle to the late young master Mu Qiong in the eyes of the old master. The butler, with his head down, didn't wait for further instructions. He bowed slightly and left quietly. The Chang'an line. Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun got off the bus. Shunqing looked across at Jiangjing University's quaint gatehouse with many people taking photos. Are you sure it's here? Could Alien have made a mistake? Don't know. Ji Xiaojun looked down at his phone, which displayed his conversation with Bai Lian, and he read it again. Chan District, 556, Zier Avenue, First Campus Administrative Building, Room 303 on the 3rd floor. Below, it was a phone number. He led Shunqing across the street, looked up at the address beside them, and confirmed it was number 556. Ji Xiaojun rarely messaged Bai Lian. Is your thing at Jiangjing University? Alien. Yeah, Alien. What's up? Nothing much. Ji Xiaojun silently put away the phone and approached the security guard. After checking their IDs and visitor log, the guard warmly let them in. You two are heading to the complex building, right? See that bus stop in front? Just take the bus when it comes and get off at the 7th stop. Ji Xiaojun took note, walked towards the bus stop with calm composure, trying to appear as if it wasn't his first time at such a place. Shunqing clutched Ji Xiaojun's sleeve, swallowed nervously, and looked around uneasily. Jiangjing University was a place beyond her wildest dreams. She had never imagined she would enter one day. What kind of thing does Alien have here? With many students, and some from other schools coming to attend lectures passing by, nobody seemed to notice they looked like country bumpkins marveling at sophisticated surroundings. Shunqing gradually relaxed. They soon found the administrative building and entered room 303. The office in room 303 was small, with a long table in the middle and 8 chairs on each side. 5 people were arranging documents inside. A round-faced man approached to ask whom Ji Xiaojun and Shunqing were looking for. Upon hearing they were fetching something for Bai Lian, the round-faced man's eyes widened. You are Bai Jian's uncle and aunt? Nice to meet you, uncle and aunt. Upon hearing the name Bai Jian, the other 4 people looked over curiously. The round-faced man shook hands with Ji Xiaojun and Shunqing, invited them inside, and poured them tea. Please wait, my colleague is bringing the memorabilia. In the meantime, he tried to subtly gather information about Bai Lian. Ji Xiaojun was cautious, always able to keep his composure. Holding his teacup, he expertly avoided their probing questions. The office staff didn't manage to learn much and were slightly disappointed. 10 minutes later, the memorabilia was delivered. The man handed it to Ji Xiaojun with a formal gesture. This is Bai Jian's student's commemorative medal. Ji Xiaojun looked at the exquisite gift box in the man's hand, with a landscape painting on the outside and just the word Liang. Not knowing what was inside, but seeing how seriously the man regarded it, he accepted with both hands. Thank you, comrade. You're welcome, the man smiled, looking down at the medal. This medal is quite hard to come by. Only 8 newcomers received it this year, and your niece is the first to not collect it in person. Chapter 486. 191 on behalf of Alien goes to Jiangjing University. Broadcast, second update. _2 upon hearing this, Ji Xiaojun was even more surprised. In his mind, he wondered what kind of medal had Bai Lian actually received. At the end of March, the 31st, Sunday, Bai Lian came back from the library very early, and after asking Wing Chi about Come Here Friend, airing on the channel, she sat down in front of the TV with a stack of papers by 7 o'clock. Since there was an extra television in the house, Ji Hung had made 2 new chairs with backs in the last couple of days, placing them opposite the tea table. The TV screen wasn't big, but Ji Hung's living room was small, so the distance was just right. Director Chen sat near the door, with Ji Hung beside him, Jiang He next to Ji Hung, and Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai beside Jiang He. What's on TV today? Director Chen didn't know what was playing today. He sat beside Ji Hung, and the 2 of them shelled penis together. Is Great Yong airing yet? No. Director Chun remembered that Great Yong wasn't set to air until May. Yin Lu's variety show, Bai Lian listened to the commercial jingle and leisurely flipped a page of her paper. A pen was wedged between her right hand's pinky and ring fingers. Yin Lu, Director Chun remembered this girl. He had dealt with her case before. Bai Lian's phone was on her lap, continuously vibrating with messages. The Class 15 group chat. Wang Qi. At email protected. Everyone pay attention. Come here, friend, is about to start. Wang Qi. At email protected. Everyone pay attention. Come here, friend, is about to start. Wang Qi. At email protected. Balian. Who's the admin? Get him to manage this. Within 2 seconds, Wang Qi had been removed as an admin. Wang Qi. Pu Xiaoan. Hey, Bei. Balian switched back to WeChat, where Ji Shan's video call had come through, and she answered it, turning the camera towards Ji Hung's side. On this side of the phone, Ji Xiaojun greeted Ji Hung and Director Chun, and upon seeing Director Chun there so late, he asked, Xiao Chun, why are you all there? Yin Lu's TV show. Director Chun leaned in to explain to Ji Xiaojun. They are all prepared to support Yin Lu. Ji Xiaojun also remembered, right, I'm about to watch it too. As he spoke, Ji Xiaojun turned on the TV and asked Director Chun which channel it was on. Shen Qing didn't know how to operate the TV here, so she left it to Ji Xiaojun. Just then, the doorbell rang. She went to answer it. It was the butler and Xiaojia. Butler. Shen Qing always behaved very formally towards the butler. She stepped back to let the butler Indiana. The butler walked a couple of steps inside, just in time to hear Ji Xiaojun calling out to Xiao Chen. Who was he talking to on the phone? He was a bit surprised. Ji Xiaojun had very few friends besides a group of students and colleagues, and the name didn't sound like by Lian or Ji Hung's. After closing the door, Shen Qing explained he's on the phone with his family. Alien's Friends TV show is starting tonight. Xiao Chun is at her grandfather's house watching with Xiao Jiang and Jiang He. As she spoke, Shen Qing started to feel homesick. The butler felt a headache listening to the litany of names and raised his hand to stop her from continuing. Ji Xiaojun adjusted the TV and a smile appeared on his face. Right, the show hasn't started yet. Also, Alien, should I send you your medal? No need, Bai Lian's voice, somewhat distorted, came through the radio. They'll come and pick it up during the summer vacation. The butler quietly sat down on the sofa and placed his walking stick to the side. Shen Qing talked to the butler. Alien's medal. It's very beautiful. The butler, lost in thought, gave a perfunctory upon hearing this, clearly not paying attention to Shen Qing's mention of Bai Lian's medal. After Ji Xiaojun hung up the phone, the butler finally looked towards him. Now that the initial assessment phase is over, Mr. Ji, are you ready to change your surname and transfer your household registration? Ji Xiaojun was also quite silent. He had moved his household registration away when he got married to Shen Qing. These things didn't matter, but changing his surname. Xiaojia stood next to the butler. Mr. Ji, once you transfer your registration, you'll have Jiangjing household registration, still within Chang'an district. Nowadays, so many people couldn't get Jiangjing registration even if they wanted to. I know, Ji Xiaojun nodded. You'll discuss it with my father tomorrow and then transfer. The butler knew Ji Xiaojun wouldn't refuse these things. He talked with Ji Xiaojun about some details and prepared for the gene verification. 8 o'clock. Come Here, Friend started airing on the TV station on time. After the opening credits, the show featured Yin Lu welcoming teacher Mei Yi. They were fine on the variety show. It's just that they didn't talk much, lacking chemistry. The live commentary was blunt. These two are a bit dull, huh? Surely the whole episode isn't like this? They should bring on some industry insiders. There's another episode later. Aren't there a few students in the promo video, too? What's Yin Lu doing like teacher Mei hasn't eaten every kind of cake? All right, the butler glanced at the television screen, where he saw a group of stars he didn't recognize in a car, apparently heading for a trip to Shanqing. He withdrew his gaze. You should call me when you've decided on a good time. He picked up his walking stick and turned to leave, with Xiaojia following him. In the moment he left, the television displayed a group of people exiting a vehicle. A middle-aged woman had an upright back, exuding authority. Hello, I'm Sun Dan. Who is this random person trying to get some screen time? She doesn't even know Yin Lu. In Beicheng, in Liu Yang's studio, his agent breathed a sigh of relief. As you can see, the result is truly mediocre. He turned to Liu Yang. Liu Yang was reading a script with his head down and glanced at the computer screen without saying anything. The agent chuckled and relaxed his back. His greatest fear was that this variety show would also blow up, but it seemed that there was little chance of that happening. Until, looking back at the TV again, just a minute later, the direction of the live comments shifted. Wait, Sundan. Oh my God, Qiandu came back. It's really her. What's the meaning of this? The agent frowned, quickly took out his phone, opened Qiandu, and searched for Sundan. The first page that popped up was all about her. The ID photo matched the person on the TV screen exactly. The agent, reading the introduction below, was completely stunned. Chapter 487. 192 hits a new high. Who exactly is missed by? _1 Sundan, formerly the Deputy Director of Jiangjing Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Now the Xiangqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau Chief. Being the Xiangqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau Chief was one thing, but the line above was unsettling. What average person could climb to a high position in Jiangjing? Why would this person be in Xiangqing and even appear on Come Here Friend? That was until her family relations were introduced. Her grandparents' names could be found in recent history, and then there was her husband, a name almost everyone in the entertainment industry had heard of, Zhang Weiji. Liu Yang's agent, looking at the profile on Qinka, seemed to understand why Come Here Friend was broadcast on the satellite channel. He subconsciously looked towards Liu Yang. Next to him, Liu Yang was looking down at his phone, probably having received a message about Sundan. Even as an agent, he found himself speechless and unable to offer comfort to Liu Yang. We shouldn't have refused Yin Lu. Otherwise, we might have added Madam Sun on WeChat. If Dean Jian seemed like the moon out of reach, someone they would never cross paths with in their lifetimes, then Sun Dan and Zhang Weiji were the flowers of earthly riches. Not to mention Yin Lu herself. With the show Come Here Friend cuddling up to the powerful leg of Jiangjing TV station, was the wealth that awaited in the future even in question? Liu Yang's lips pressed together, his facial lines extremely stiff, his heart filled with regret and frustration to the point of nearly suffocating. Brotherly is still okay, a nearby assistant murmured. The one who should regret the most must be Enchi. Everyone in the circle knew that Enchi had bundled up with Yin Lu for their debut. After becoming popular, he immediately brushed Yin Lu aside along with their CP and started public relations with Manshi. Moreover, he had PR smear Yin Lu for constantly leeching Enchi's popularity. At the time, he had cut ties with Yin Lu so cleanly and decisively, probably never considering the possibility of her making a comeback. But who knew? Yin Lu really did make a comeback. Even before Great Yone was broadcast, her popularity had already caught up with the top tier. When Come Here Friend was aired, her popularity soared even higher. Pura Street, Jihung's home. Director Chun was casually watching television. On the screen, Mei Yi and Yin Lu were already walking along the two internet celebrity streets of Xiangqing, with many tourists waving at the camera upon seeing the filming, and the crew didn't avoid any of them. After checking in at the puppet shop, Mei Yi and Yin Lu went to the martial arts school across the street. As soon as the door opened, they saw a group of bare-chested people practicing various weapons on the left, and the camera gave a close-up to a man wielding a long spear, his arms tanned and muscled, with sweat dripping down along the lines of his muscles. Family got an urgent matter, and am heading to Xiangqing, sprinted to the right on several rows of wooden stakes. Only one strong and stern man was hopping lightly across the stakes on the right. Holy crap, is that light-body Qinggong? I've just not been online for a few months. Has Xiangqing secretly been cultivating immortality behind our backs? Seems like we can no longer hide our magic from foreigners. Lighting a cigarette, officials give us his Weibo or video account. Director Chun, eating peanuts and with his legs propped up, watched and commented, Mr. Ming doesn't fit in at all. As he spoke, on TV, he handed a long spear to Yin Lu. Want to try the spear you usually use? Yin Lu took the long spear. Director Chun was startled. He put down his peanuts, sat up straight, and clapped his hands without blinking an eye at the screen. She knows how to use a long spear, too. On the screen, Yin Lu was dressed in a loose, casual outfit. Her smoky blue short hair lightly swayed with the wind, and she held the spear in her right hand and pressed the butt with her other hand. Using her waist strength, the spear then thrust forward like a swimming dragon, swiftly stabbing behind her. The camera perfectly captured her poised stance, casual yet effortless. The people practicing long spears next to her were genuinely impressed. "I haven't learned it well," Yin Lu smiled. "I didn't manage to bring out even 1/10 of the might of this move." Viewers began screaming frantically in the bullet comments. "Is this a back-thrust spear technique? I've never been so excited for great Yong." "Not like this. You're calling this not learning well." Yin Lu isn't being modest. Look at her smile. She's definitely thinking of someone who plays it better than her. So who is that person? Not just the online commenters, even director Chun took a deep breath. He stared at the screen, then remembered and took out his cell phone to send a WeChat message to the elder. "She's even more proficient than Yu Hongyi," Director Chen said excitedly as he looked at Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian, "and she even says she hasn't learned well." Jiang Fulai was sitting loosely in his chair, appearing uninterested in the TV, only glancing at Yin Lu's spear. Average. Chapter 488. 192 hits a new high. Who exactly is Miss Bai? _2 Bai Lian collected her gaze leisurely, offering no particular comment. She just lowered her head to look at the message on her phone. It was from Mao Kuan. "Sis, for the April 18th auction, my godfather has reserved an invitation for you." Every time there was a major auction at the White Tiger Auction House, Mao Kun's side would provide Bai Lian with a VIP card. Most of the time, Bai Lian would sell it for a high price. Any auction that Mao Kuan personally reported to Bai Lian was very important. Bai Lian received. Beside her, Director Chen silently withdrew his gaze. After a series of commercials, the variety show resumed, and evening approached. On Pure Street, that little path, Yin Lu and Mei, you were going to watch some fighting. I can't find any information about fighting venues in Shanxing online. Who's the miss speaking next to Yin Lu? Her voice is so nice. Why didn't she show her face? Her voice is soft. She's not wearing a mic. Is she a friend of Yin Lu? The barrage decreased significantly until the crew arrived at Backdoor Street. Many shots were not permitted to appear, leaving only a small portion of footage. Everyone saw the words Backdoor Street under the night sky and the Qinglong bar glowing with a dim light. Zaya half-red hair made an appearance, as did a group of tough-looking men and women of various skin colors on the street. Barrage, why are they blurring out the legs? Why do most people only appear from the waist up? This person glanced at the camera. Why do I feel like he wants to cuss me out? The audience also realized something was amiss and began to question soulfully. Hey, where exactly is this? The show continued to air, and Come Here Friend quickly snapped up several trending searches in advance. Jiangjing TV station, sudden urgent trip to Shanxing. Where is Backdoor Street? The first episode of the program ended just as they reached the fighting venue. There had yet to be a breakout variety show since the beginning of the year. Come Here Friend was the first to rank in several hot searches right after its debut, skyrocketing viewers' curiosity to an all-time high. Once an issue becomes hot, countless fearless people will delve into it. News about Backdoor Street had already begun to disseminate in secret. After the variety show ended, Jiang Fulai took Jianghe back home. Jianghe's cabbage backpack was still aside, and Bai Lian picked it up to hand it to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai hooked it with a finger, looking disgusted, but didn't throw it away. He looked at Bai Lian and paused slightly. "I'm going back to Jiangjing tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "Yes." Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze, his long bangs drooping down. Bai Lian nodded in acknowledgement without saying much. "Is Jianghe going back with you?" Jianghe kept his head down and remained silent. Director Chun hovered awkwardly to the side, and only after Bai Lian had finished speaking to Jiang Fulai, he approached. "Miss Bai, do you have Yin Lu's WeChat?" He knew Yin Lu. but he had just learned that Yin Lu was skilled with a spear. Yin Lu. Bai Lian glanced at him. "I'll ask around." She looked down, pulled out her phone, found Yin Lu's profile picture, and explained the situation. Yin Lu remembered Director Chun, and without asking for the reason after Bai Lian had finished talking, she directly asked Bai Lian to recommend Director Chen's WeChat to her. Bai Lian flipped to Director Chen's WeChat and passed it to Yin Lu. Director Chun left first with Jiang He, while Ji Hung took out a tobacco pipe to see the two off. Bai Lian still had that document in her hands, unread. Jiang Fulai remained in the courtyard without leaving, only glancing at the thesis in her hand. He-Wan is just being lazy, asking you to sort out his thesis for him. He can't get through it. Bai Lian leisurely made an excuse for He-Wan. Everyone else can get through it, so why can't he? Bai Lian knew this was not a good time to speak up for He-Wan. She took a few steps and stopped under a banyan tree, a large lamp overhead. Bai Lian slightly tilted her head, revealing a pair of beautiful almond eyes, deep and dark. These eyes always held a lazy indifference, as if nothing mattered to her. Before she could speak, Jiang Fulai bent down, his arms casually extended, and his palms gently rested on her lower back. The shade of the banyan tree cast shadows over his face, and he tilted his head down, his hair brushing past her ear as he spoke in a lazy tone. "He'll be back on Sunday." The popularity of Come Here Friend was still soaring, creating a new high for Xiangcheng's tourism industry, especially concerning the news of Backdoor Street. Right after the program ended, the director of Come Here Friend watched the trending searches on Weibo with a smile. It didn't cost him a penny. "I said choosing Yin Lu was the right choice," he told the planner. "You see," before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang. He took it out to see the number was from Jiang Jing and answered with puzzlement. "Hello, good day." "Hello, I'm Zhang Weiji." A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "Zhang Weiji?" The director jumped up in shock, standing straight up. Their program had been approved by Jiangjing TV station, but the person who contacted them was Zhang Weiji's secretary. As for Zhang Weiji himself, the head of the national station, was he someone the common folk could contact? "Heiress the thing." Zhang Weiji sounded casual. "I heard your crew was filming in Backdoor Street. You must be quite familiar with the people of Backdoor Street, right? Anyone who could film in Backdoor Street had to have non-trivial backing." Zhang Weiji was forthright. "I want to ask, could you get an invitation to the 418 White Tiger Auction House? If you can get one for me, I will surely show my gratitude." The director hung up, stunned. White Tiger Auction House, the program hadn't even got to that part yet, but he had seen it. Why was Zhang Weiji asking him about the auction house invitations? While he was pondering, his phone rang again. This time it was from his biggest investor, who sounded very kind. The calls were all because of Backdoor Street being shown that evening. In that brief moment, the director received calls from countless bigwigs in the industry. Finally sensing something was off, the director came to a delayed realization. Hold on, exactly who is Yin Lu's friend? Chapter 489. Director Jian's phone call. Alien's grandmother. Second update. _1. The other members of the show crew looked at each other in bewilderment. The director's heart pounded as he lowered his head to answer Yin Lu's call. The tickets were from Bai Lian. The person was arranged by Bai Lian. The director knew the key to the entire matter lay with Bai Lian. Yin Lu's call connected quickly, and she was somewhat surprised. "Director?" "Heiress the thing, Yin Lu." Since it was Zhang Weiji's call, the director didn't dare to conceal. President Zhang just called. He concisely recounted the whole event. Yin Lu hung up the phone and pondered for a moment. President Zhang and Sun Dan were family. Sun Dan was introduced to her by Jiang Fulai. She hadn't mentioned it to Bai Lian, but instead sent this piece of news to Jiang Fulai. It was Monday afternoon, after school. Bai Lian idly followed a crowd out, with earphones in her ears, carrying a black backpack in her hand. She was listening to English. Her phone rang a few times. It was from Jiang Fulai and Jiang He. "Jiang teacher. Image, Jiang teacher. Landed, Jiang Xiaonyao. Jiang Xiaonyao. Jiang Xiaonyao. comma. Not knowing what had happened on the plane, as soon as Jiang Yi landed, he started to flood Bai Lian's screen with messages. Bai Lian couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the consecutive messages from the two of them. She leisurely replied to Jiang He with a period and then opened the photo sent by Jiang Fulai. It was raining in Jiangjing. Rain was rare in Xianqing. Bai Lian snapped a photo of the clear sky to send to him. The school gate was not too crowded at the moment. Su Nanjing was sitting on the curb, talking on the phone with Xiao Bingwen. He raised his eyebrows. You say she has a black background? Su Nanjing had heard the name Yin Lu more than once, and at this moment he was quite surprised after Xiao Bingwen explained. The one we saw at the fight club, that was her, Xiao Bingwen said calmly, back to her street, daring to film with a camera. Do you believe she has no backing? Su Nanjing saw Bai Lian. He stood up and waved her over. However, I heard Yin Lu is in seclusion. No one can reach her. Xiao Bingwen spoke. In waiting for Lung Shuha, his teacher can definitely contact Yin Lu. Lung Shu's teacher was Director Jing, and Director Jing was Yin Lu's composer. Su Nanjing uttered a and question about something else. Did you find the person you mentioned? It's not that easy to find, Xiao Bingwen sighed. That person is even more mysterious than he won. Even Jiang University officials can't find any hidden news, while we at least know who he Wen is and his appearance. So the new talent meetup is definitely not happening. Su Nanjing also felt astonished. Jiang Ge didn't go last time either. You can't compare it to that, Xiao Bingwen laughed, and then said seriously, after I meet with Shuha, I'll head to Xianqing. Before, Director Chun and his team had received an auction invitation. Sure, I'll hang around Backdoor Street these days to dig up some news, Su Nanjing said languidly. As Bai Lian approached, Su Nanjing ended the call and carelessly stuffed his phone into his pocket, giving Bai Lian a hooked lip smile. I'll take you home. Ever since the motorcycle incident, Su Nanjing had been extraordinarily attentive to Bai Lian. Bai Lian was not one to be cajoled. Thank you. No need to thank me for this, Su Nanjing smiled with raised eyebrows. With Jiang Fulai returning to Jiangjing, he ought to fulfill his role as the guardian. Bai Lian took her seat in the back. Su Nanjing started the car, turned on the music, and leisurely drove onto the road. Just as the music began, it suddenly switched to English reading. Su Nanjing was startled by the sudden appearance of complex English. In the back seat, Bai Lian lowered the car window and rested her elbow on it, lazily tapping on the window as the sound of reading echoed inside the car, also causing her to pause. The car Su Nanjing was driving was often used by Jiang Fulai. As soon as the car started, the Bluetooth automatically disconnected from the earphones and connected to the car audio. Bai Lian slid down. Turn off the Bluetooth, sorry. It's okay. Keep it on. Otherwise, I might lose my driving privileges when Jiang Ge comes back. Su Nanjing looked into the rearview mirror and held back his laughter after realizing it. But he wasn't joking. Bai Lian silently lowered her head. Su Nanjing rounded a corner and laughed again. Bai Lian, have you considered my earlier proposal? The matter of acknowledging a godmother. Bai Lian still didn't respond. Su Nanjing went on. Then how about adding my mom on WeChat? She's wanted to see you for a long time. He was settling for the next best option. Adding WeChat wasn't a big deal. This time, Bai Lian didn't refuse. She leaned against the car door, the wind tousling the hair on her forehead. Just as she was about to speak with Su Nanjing, her phone rang. It was Director Jing. What have you been up to recently? On the other end of the phone, Director Jing raised his hand to silence the music in the classroom, his voice quite exasperated. Chapter 490. Director Jin's phone call. Alien's grandmother. Second update. _2. A bunch of people were trying to get information from him in a roundabout way. That included Old Master Chun. Dean Jin had never realized how much in demand he was until he asked Yin Lu and found out that Bai Lian was the source. In the classroom, when the others heard Dean Jin's voice, they looked at each other, puzzled. Dean Jin was usually very stern, and even when dealing with his 3 apprentices, he was quite harsh. His teaching videos were said to be the work of a crazed demon. Besides the rumor that he had taken the initiative to greet a senior high school student, this was the first time they had heard him speak in such a gentle tone. The man exchanged glances with the woman beside him, hiding their astonishment. Balian raised her eyebrows. She put her bag aside and said languidly, "No, get over it." Dean Jian was somewhat speechless, but this was Balian. "Okay, you'll get over it. So, where's your new composition? I've been waiting for over a month." "It's coming soon." Balian fobbed him off with the same 2 words. "Can't you show some respect for your talent?" Dean Jian was exasperated. Balian had this natural talent, and she wasn't using it. He felt sorry for her. Balian realized the questioning was a pretext. Pressuring her to turn in her composition was the real motive. She brushed him off with a couple of casual remarks and hung up the phone. Dean Jian looked down at his phone. Forget it. He looked at the 5 or 6 people in the classroom, his expression returning to its usual seriousness. That's all for today's lesson. He took his phone and left. In the classroom, the woman wearing a camel-colored knit stood up. She picked up her scarf. "Senior brother, who do you think? Our teacher was just talking on the phone." With that attitude, the man picked up his gouging, his eyes deep. "The new composition must be that composer he's working with, I suppose." Lung Shua took a deep breath. "I think so, too." On Bai Lian's end, she had just hung up the phone. The light was red, so Su Nanjing glanced in the rearview mirror and casually asked, "Who was that?" The tone didn't sound like it was Jiang Fulai or a classmate. "An old friend." That's how Bai Lian described Dean Jian. "You seem to have a really good relationship with your old friend." Su Nanjing tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He was just bored waiting for the light and tossed out a couple questions. The light turned green, and he drove off. Soon, they arrived at Pure Street. Balian thanked him and got out of the car. Looking through the car window, Su Nanjing saw a bleached blonde guy crouching at the corner of the street. As soon as the blonde guy saw Balian, he stood up quickly, handed her something, and because Balian turned slightly to the side, blocking part of the view, Su Nanjing couldn't see clearly. He just took out his phone to report to Jiang Fulai. "There's some freak talking to alien." He described the blonde guy quite roughly. Then he found Balian's WeChat, opened her contact information, and recommended her to Gao Yan. Gao Yan saw the message and raised her eyebrows. "Who is this?" No wonder, Gao Yan asked. Balian's ancient city tower profile picture really made her look like an elderly person. Su Nanjing replied at his leisure. "It's Balian." Gao Yan couldn't be bothered to reply to Su Nanjing and tapped directly on Balian's contact card to add her as a friend, including a message. "Hello, I'm Su Nanjing's mother." Friday was Tomb Sweeping Day. A 3-day holiday was coming up. On Thursday night, Ren Wanxian received a call from Ji Xiaorong's dad. "Wanxian," Ji Xiaorong sounded very tired. "I've been busy recently and haven't had the time. Your uncle isn't around either. Tomorrow is Tomb Sweeping Day. Could you go and pay respects to Grandpa with me in my place?" Ren Wanxian was still doing her homework. She didn't want to waste any time. "Dad, I still need to visit Grandpa." Wanxian, Ji Xiaorong's voice was rare in its sternness. Ren Wanxian merely uttered an "oh." The next day, early in the morning, Ren Wanxian got up, her expression not very good. At the dining table, Ren Qian glanced at her. "If your dad asks you to go, just go and see." In past Qingming festivals, Ren Wanxian had never gone back once, and Ren Qian would not let her go back, but today Ren Qian seemed to be softening. After all, the Ren family was no longer as grand as it had been, and there was the Su family was there too. Ren Qian didn't want that relationship to fade. Reluctantly, Ren Wanxian changed her clothes and went to the Ji family's home. Upon reaching Pure Street, she got out of the car with disdain, but her gaze caught sight of a black business car on the other side. If it was any other day, Ren Wanxian would definitely ponder why such a vehicle would appear here. But today, she wasn't in the mood to pay attention. Walking on the cobblestones of Pure Street, she reached Ji Hung's home, complaining about why the Su family hadn't moved Ji Hung to a different place. When she knocked on the door, Ren Wanxian moderated the disdain on her face as Ji Hung opened the door from inside. "Grandpa, Ren Wanxian walked in casually, her eyes scanning the courtyard's stone table and chairs, but she didn't sit down. Instead, she said to Ji Hung, "My dad told me to join you all for the memorial ceremony." She behaved very politely. Ji Hung was dressed in a black outfit today, holding a tobacco pipe in his hand. He stepped to the side, looking at Ren Wanxian, who was wearing a pink foundation garment dress. The cut was delicate, and she had 2 red ladybug hairpins on her head, a particularly meticulous miss dressed in splendid and beautiful clothing. Meanwhile, Bai Lian came out holding a zither. Bai Lian was dressed in a linen-colored buttoned-up shirt with black ice silk trousers below, her hair still simply up with a wood-colored hairpin, in her usual plain style. When Bai Lian saw Ren Wanxian, she did not speak. Ji Hung had mentioned the night before that Qingming festival required attending a memorial service. Having been in this world for so long, Bai Lian had only ever seen Bai Kaiming's ancestral temple. She had never seen her grandmother's spirit tablet, and nobody in the Ji family mentioned it, except for the elusive Ji Xiaorong and her grandmother whom she had never heard of. As for Ji Hung, there were so many valuable fabrics at home that Bai Lian could recognize. She wouldn't ask if Ji Hung didn't mention them, just like Ji Hung wouldn't pry into Bai Lian's affairs. The grandparent and grandchild knew each other had secrets, and they kept an unspoken understanding. Bai Lian wasn't curious about what Ji Xiaorong was doing. She was just curious about the grandmother whom she had never seen or heard of. Was she finally going to see her today? Ji Hung looked back at Ren Wanxian. He struck an old-fashioned match and lit his pipe. The place for the ceremony is quite far, and there's a long mountain road. Can you manage? Hearing that it was far and involved a mountain road, Ren Wanxian's expression changed. But she remained silent, her hands grasping the hem of her dress. "You should go back," Ji Hung said. His voice was muffled as he looked down with turbid eyes. "Alien has a good constitution for climbing mountains. Your health isn't as good as hers." His implication was that she could skip the visit. Ren Wanxian felt secretly delighted, but her expression showed hesitation. "Is that okay?" "But my dad said, I'll talk to your dad." Ji Hung exhaled a ring of smoke, murmuring softly, "Don't worry, it's fine." "Okay." Ren Wanxian took out her phone, stifling her eagerness. Then, "Grandpa, shall I head back first?" Be careful on your way." Ji Hung waited for her to leave the yard, then raised his head and spoke to Bai Lian in a deep voice. "Get ready. We'll leave shortly." He turned and went back into the room to fetch the items for the ceremony. "Okay," Bai Lian nodded, watching Ji Hung's retreating figure thoughtfully. At the Purest Street intersection, Ming Dongheng saw Ji Hung and Bai Lian carrying chrysanthemums and a variety of items, and promptly got out of the driver's seat, the back door of the car opening automatically. "Miss Bai, Elder Ji." He did not say what he was there for, but his meaning was clear. Ji Hung glanced at him, pondered for nearly a minute, and ultimately did not refuse. "Thank you." He and Bai Lian got into the business car. "Elder Ji, where to?" Ming Dongheng buckled his seatbelt, looking into the rearview mirror. Ji Hung gave an address in a low voice. Ming Dongheng turned on his phone to input the address, and upon seeing the destination, he froze. Chapter 491. Ji Family's Medal Number 194. Miss Bai's rank _1. Ji Hung's destination was Nanling Mountain. Nanling Mountain wasn't a public cemetery, but an upcoming tourist attraction under development below Xiangqing, with several renowned people's graves nearby. Located at the southernmost point of Xiangqing, the mountain range stretched on endlessly. The roads were tricky, with half of them under expansion to prepare for the tourist route, and Nanling Park was still pending opening. Ming Dongheng drove slowly to the edge of Nanling Mountain, where Ji Hung asked him to stop at a spot. Bai Lian, carrying items for the memorial service, followed Ji Hung as he got out of the car. The attraction wasn't open until summer vacation, but at the entrance, they could already see signs with 4 routes, directing to Nanling Park, Nanling Mountain, Guoshan Tomb, and Hongye Hotel. The signpost was very new. It must have been installed not long ago. Ming Dongheng, sitting in the driver's seat, looked up at Bai Lian following Ji Hung along one of the paths and couldn't help but pick up his phone. Ming Dongheng. It's Qingming Festival today. Miss Bai, what are you doing at the tourist attraction? Ming Dongheng. Are you paying respects at Guishan Tomb or the General's Tomb? Su Nanjing. Don't forget to come pay respects later. Su Nanjing was at Martyr's Mausoleum. Nailing Mountain. Ji Hung hadn't taken Bai Lian to the tourist attraction, but led her deeper into isolation along the mountain paths. The route was challenging, but Bai Lian tread easily, and Ji Hung's breathing remained steady. They walked for about 15 minutes. Finally, Bai Lian saw 3 tombstones. Ji Hung stopped in front of the last one, which was the only one with an actual grave. The other 2 were cenotaphs. The tombs looked well-tended and clean, without a single weed, suggesting someone had been regularly maintaining them. I brought Alien to see you. Ji Hung squatted down, brushing off the barely visible dust on the tombstone. You probably haven't seen her. As he spoke, he looked towards Bai Lian with an unfamiliar gentleness in his deeply furrowed eyes. Come, let her see you. Bai Lian stepped forward, reading the inscription on the tombstone. The tomb of Ji Wanxin, Ji Wanxin. Was this her grandmother? Bai Lian placed down the chrysanthemums in her hand, bowing respectfully. Such a tender name. Ji Hung kept silent. Kneeling before the grave, he burned an embroidered handkerchief with lilacs on it, waiting until it was entirely consumed by flames. Then, he took out from the basket some alcoholic drinks and 3 cups, placing them neatly in front of the 2 other tombstones, pouring the liquor to the brim, and poured a cup for himself as well. You can call them Grandpa, he quietly said to Bai Lian, sitting casually to one side, drinking with the 2 tombstones. 20 minutes later, Ji Hung left behind the liquor pot and cups and got up. Let's go, don't keep Xiaoming waiting. Bai Lian followed him down the mountain, but looked back while descending the steps. Mist lingered among the mountains, with the wind gently brushing through the trees and sunlight casting the tombstones and leaves in a golden hue. Seeing her repeatedly look back, Ji Hung raised an eyebrow. Have you seen your grandmother's photo before? Bai Lian shook her head. Figures. Ji Hung might have had a bit to drink, his thoughts somewhat unclear. He became more talkative with Bai Lian. I'll look for one and show you when we get back. I have quite a few. On the way, it turned out Ming Dongheng was heading to Martyr's Mausoleum. Ji Hung sat upright, asking Ming Dongheng to take them along. The Martyr's Mausoleum was on the way and a bit secluded, but there were many people at the entrance today, with the towering monument of the martyrs visible from afar. Several young people were handing out chrysanthemums for free at the entrance to the mausoleum. Standing beneath the giant martyr's monument at the entrance, Bai Lian heard a familiar cough. She instinctively looked up and, as expected, saw Ning Xiao supporting Granny Wang in front of her. Granny Wang was still wearing the same oversized camouflage uniform, which didn't match her build, and she seemed somewhat better today, with Ning Xiao silently assisting her. Neither of them noticed her. Bai Lian didn't call out to them. Instead, she remembered the 3 obituary photos she saw on her first visit to Granny Wang's home. Ahead, Granny Wang paused for a moment. She put her hand to her mouth, coughing twice, then, looking at a group of people gathered in the second row, she thought for a bit. Let's visit your brother and his father first. They're at the back. There are too many people at your grandfather's. We'll skip him for now. Strictly speaking, Ning Xiao wasn't Granny Wang's biological grandson, but Ning Yiruo's half-brother through their mother, who, upon discovering his defects, he neither cried nor laughed, sent him to Xiangqing to be with Granny Wang. Today, with many people coming to pay respects, the 2 stopped in front of a tombstone. Ning Xiao squatted down, looking at the photo of Ning Yiruo with a radiant smile, and placed a large bouquet of sunflowers on top of it. He resembled his brother in looks, though their personalities were worlds apart. Granny Wang always worried about him. Most offerings were chrysanthemums, what they prepared for the other ancestors in the mausoleum. Chapter 492. G Family's Medal Number 194. Miss Bay's rank _2. Only Ning Yiruo is like a sunflower. Ning Xiao reached out to touch the jade gourd on his neck. Afternoon. Bai Lian sat at her desk, the sun slanting in through the window. To the right were stacks of books, and under a nearby inkstone, a piece of white paper lay pinned down, inscribed with several lines of shorthand musical notation. The room's door was open, and Ji Hung entered from the courtyard holding a dark, old wooden box in his hands. The box was locked with a small padlock. "Take a look inside," said Ji Hung, seeing that she wasn't doing homework, and he placed the box in front of her and handed Bai Lian the small key. "These are photos of your grandmother." Bai Lian reached out for the key and bent her head to insert it into the lock. Ji Hung stood by and watched as she opened the small wooden box. What met her eyes first was an old black and white photo of a woman in a traditional Chong Sam, dignified and elegant, her features exuding an extraordinary Eastern charm. Besides that one, there were many more. Almost every single one featured a Chong Sam, and a few thin sheets appeared to have been cut from books, newspapers, or magazines. They had been well preserved. Ji Hung, who smelled slightly of smoke, let his gaze fall on the photos, his turbid eyes revealing hardly any emotion. Bai Lian gently flipped through the pile of old pictures, delicately holding the edges of those cut from newspapers, exceedingly cautious in her movements. When the old photos had all been looked through, beneath them in the box, Bai Lian saw two small medals. The medals seemed quite old, with a letter inscribed in the middle and two small leaves on either side. She had never seen such medals before. "Just take a look by yourself. Don't take them out," Ji Hung remarked casually as he saw her handling the medals. Then he withdrew his gaze, looking through Bai Lian's window at the embroidery stand in the courtyard, and suddenly said, "I didn't expect your uncle and your mother, with so many people in the family, to be uninterested in academia. Instead, it's you. Do you want to go back to the Mu family?" "The Mu family?" Bai Lian lifted her head, hearing this name for the first time. "The Mu family?" "My biological parents' house, though I didn't grow up in the Mu family," explained Ji Hung nonchalantly. "The Mu family, they're researchers quite formidable in the past, but their situation isn't too good now." Ji Hung frowned and paused. The Mu family was indeed on a declining path, even though a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. "Oh," Bai Lian replied, carefully placing the medals and photos back into the box. "No need." She intended to apply for the laboratory at the Ma Institute. Ji Hung gave Bai Lian a look, not pressing the issue further. "If you change your mind later, let me know." 5 in the afternoon. Bai Lian packed up her books and picked up her phone to leave. Today, she was going to Jiang Fulai's to print out new materials. Jiang Fulai hadn't returned yet, and the courtyard was bustling. When Bai Lian arrived, Su Nanjing was sitting in the pavilion talking to Xiao Bingwen. "You're saying there's no news of her?" "Shuha is still in communication," Xiao Bingwen replied, putting down his teacup and shaking his head. "You know what kind of place the White Tiger Auction House is? Didn't Chief Chun say they had to buy their invitation off the black market initially?" Indeed, Bakhtur Street with its foreign powers made even the Su family cautious with exerting their influence. Su Nanjing was contemplating this when he saw Bai Lian enter. He stopped his conversation and waved at Bai Lian, "Sister Bai Lian." Besides Su Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen quickly stood up, slightly awkward. "Miss Bai." Bai Lian lazily lifted her hand in greeting, not approaching to disturb their conversation. Instead, she went straight inside to print her documents upstairs. Ming Dongheng, practicing his boxing on the empty lot, stopped when he saw Bai Lian and walked over. "Miss Bai, why didn't you call me when you arrived?" He was a bit chagrined. "I know the way," Bai Lian replied, her voice lackadaisical as she scanned through the files Professor Ma had sent on her phone. Seeing Bai Lian heading upstairs, Ming Dongheng didn't follow. He brewed a pot of tea for Bai Lian and placed it on the table in the pavilion, then sat on a nearby stool and turned on his phone. As soon as he opened a video, a notification popped up. A blogger was dramatically narrating, "A certain martial arts school in Xiangqing has been hot lately. Today we're going to scrutinize the components of this school. Let's start with the hallmaster of the school, who is a 5th Dan in martial arts. Yes, despite being a hallmaster, he only holds a 5th Dan. Since Pu Xiaoan's time, Xingyi Martial Arts School had seen a surge of enrollment, and with the rise of short video traffic, the school also had an official account, attracting many followers through Pu Xiaohan's videos. A week after Come Here Friend was broadcasted, Xingyi Martial Arts School's popularity had skyrocketed. Chapter 493. G Family's Medal Number 194. Miss Bay's rank _3. Every advantage has its disadvantage, and with it come problems. Netizens began to doubt the authority of the Xingyi Martial Arts School. Ming Dongheng watched the video and frowned. Why do you keep repeating this video? Su Nanjing looked over at Ming Dongheng. I've invested in this martial arts school. Ming Dongheng was typing out comments seriously, explaining that the hall master of the Xingyi Martial Arts School was a senior teacher, just that he hadn't taken any ranking exams before. No sooner had he posted it than a bunch of trolls started flaming him. Su Nanjing, with his legs crossed in a lordly manner, had listened several times. To him, this type of business battle was nothing special. It's simple. Just find a master and put them in the position of teacher at your school. Next to him, Xiao Bingwen also explained, Mr. Ming, you should ask Miss Beixian, doesn't the Chun family have someone from Dongwu? Their martial arts should be very good, or you can invite your teacher to come out. Ming Dongheng gave him a glance and kept silent. Their suggestions were really too simplistic. Xiao Bingwen was referring to Yu Hongyi. Ming Dongheng furrowed his brow, not planning to ask her. As for his teacher, Ming Dongheng was even more helpless. His teacher wasn't paying him any attention at all now. However, Ming Dongheng looked ahead. After a while, Bai Lian came downstairs. Jiang Fulai was not there today, and Jiang He hadn't returned either, so Bai Lian didn't plan to stay any longer. Sister Bai Lian, Su Nanjing pointed at the teapot on the table with a smile. Xiao Ming especially brewed this tea for you. Won't you have a cup first? Bai Lian halted in her steps, clad in a linen-colored top and black trousers. The sun was about to set, casting golden rays of light on the tips of her hair and her clothes. She looked towards the gazebo, pondering for a moment before walking this way. Ming Dongheng hurriedly poured her a cup of tea. Bai Lian sat beside him with a stack of papers in her hand, newly printed literature that was still warm. Her wrist casually rested on the table as she took the tea Ming Dongheng handed to her with her other hand. Xiao Bingwen looked at the thick stack of papers curled in Bai Lian's hand. He didn't make out what it was, only glimpsing lines and numbers through the sheets. What is this? He remembered Bai Lian hadn't been carrying anything when she arrived. Printed materials, Bai Lian replied languidly. You came all this way just to print materials? Su Nanjing was sitting on the other side, looking at the papers in Bai Lian's hand. Bai Lian sipped her tea and casually said, Yes, it's safer here. What part of Xiangqing isn't safe? Su Nanjing laughed, while Xiao Bingwen also seemed to be taken aback into silence. Bai Lian gave a languid smile. The literature she was looking at had been sent to her by a member of the Ma Institute, containing lots of experimental data, some of which were classified. The scholar trusted her greatly, hence she usually printed them at Jiang Fulai's place. Printing shops outside required file copying onto their computers, which wasn't secure. Once Bai Lian finished her tea, she picked up the literature and stood up to bid them farewell. Ming Dongheng stood up before Su Nanjing, his key already in hand. Miss Bai, let me drive you home. Never mind. Bai Lian was about to decline when she saw Ming Dongheng hesitate. She thought for a moment and then said, You can take me to the bus station. Behind them, Su Nanjing was somewhat speechless at Xiao Ming's quick action. In the car, as the bus station drew closer, Ming Dongheng had a stern face and seemed hesitant to speak. In the back seat, Bai Lian was flipping through the literature, not even lifting her head to speak. Ming Dongheng slowed down and stopped the car. This time he didn't hesitate and just asked directly, Miss Bai, what rank are you in martial arts? Chapter 494, Crisis at 195, Brother Jiang returns, second update. _1 Ming Dongheng had witnessed Bai Lian's footwork. Although Bai Lian usually appeared lazy and indifferent, sometimes Ming Dongheng felt she gave him even more pressure than his own teacher did. Not to mention those few moves she executed while standing in stance. Despite practicing for a long time, Ming Dongheng still hadn't achieved half of her proficiency. His teacher was an 8th Dan, and Bai Lian, in Ming Dongheng's opinion, should also be at least 8th Dan. Perhaps her young age meant she had the ability, but not the seniority, so at least she should be 7th Dan. Me? As the car stopped, Bai Lian looked toward the nearby bus stop. Unhurried, theoretically, I have 8 or 9 Dan. Theoretically? Ming Dongheng pressed a button, and the rear door automatically opened. He didn't understand what Bai Lian meant by theoretically. Bai Lian got out of the car, very calmly, because I've never taken the test. Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng was somewhat frustrated. Why wouldn't you take the test? Looking at Chun Jingyu, Yu Hongyi, and the others, every one of them seemed eager to test twice a year. What's the matter? Bai Lian stood outside the car window, speaking while also glancing at the mobile phone in her right hand. She was probably memorizing vocabulary. Ming Dongheng's expression was always cold, and he replied without a change in his demeanor, I just feel it doesn't match your temperament. Bai Lian, by coincidence, the bus also arrived, and Bai Lian boarded. Ming Dongheng left the car where it was, watching the bus drive away before taking out his phone to report to Jiang Fulai about Miss by coming to print and then immediately leaving. After finishing his report and just putting down the phone, it rang. It was Jin Kai, the current hall master of Xingyi Martial Arts School. While starting the car, Ming Dongheng pressed the hands-free button. Hall Master Jin, do you only have 5th Dan? Bai Lian was unwilling to take the test. Surely, she had her reasons, like studying hard. But Hall Master Jin was from a martial arts family. They had run a martial arts school since he was a child. Why hadn't he taken the tests? After spending so much time together, Ming Dongheng knew Jin Kai's skills far exceeded 5th Dan. You already know? Yes, I only have 5th Dan. Jin Kai was startled and then chuckled bitterly. After the martial arts school closed down, I went to work on construction sites and didn't seriously test for any level. I tested last year, and now I'm still at 5th Dan. His real skills were definitely higher than 5th Dan. But to continue testing for higher levels, he had to wait until his 5th Dan reached the 6-year mark before he could test for the 6th Dan. He had missed over a decade. This wasn't something he could make up for in a short time. Now, with certificates and reputation being significant, even if Jin Kai had the skills of the 6th Dan or 7th Dan, without a certificate, he couldn't convince outsiders. Ming Dongheng drove slowly. Besides you, how are the other masters doing? 2 4th Dan and 1 5th Dan. The rest are all 3rd Dan, Jin Kai answered. They all had sat for the tests only after starting at Xingyi Martial Arts School last year. Before that, as the martial arts school declined, they were busy with their livelihoods and never imagined, under Secretary Zhou's suppression, the martial arts school could reopen, so they didn't continue testing. Come Here Friend went viral, and netizens scrutinized everything. Xingyi Martial Arts School already had students who came across similar video posts complaining about the school's teachers and hall master as being average with not even a 6th Dan instructor. They even said their spear performance wasn't as good as Yen Lu's. Many net users believed Xingyi Martial Arts School should live up to its name and felt it was even inferior to Jingfeng Taekwondo. Meanwhile, the people from Jingfeng Taekwondo took this opportunity to market their Muay Thai 8th Dan instructor online. Jin Kai regretted for the first time not taking his levels more seriously. This month is the recruitment season, Jin Kai said gravely. I'm afraid they might be influenced by online chatter, and just like before, I'll go to Jingfeng Taekwondo. Miss Bai would be very disappointed, wouldn't she? Let's think of another way. Ming Dongheng squinted. Perhaps the situation isn't as bad as it seems. Sunday evening, 5:30 p.m. At Xianqing Library, Ning Xiao packed up early, lowering his voice. I'm heading home first. Everyone should go, Bai Lian said to the others, methodically sorting files at a leisurely pace. After dinner, I'll be just in time to watch the 2nd episode. Tonight, the 2nd episode of Come Here Friend will be broadcast. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming walked in front, with Jianjia trailing a step behind them. Yang Lin had left in the afternoon, while Pu Xiaoan couldn't sit still at noon, claiming she needed to go to Internet Celebrity Street to shoot a video. Bai Lian moved slowly, leisurely trailing behind everyone else. It seemed cold at the library's entrance. The three in front slowed their pace, and Tang Ming, who had been chattering nonstop, suddenly fell silent. Bai Lian, looking at her phone with downcast eyes, sensed something and looked up towards the street. A car was parked at the door. Beside it stood a tall, lean figure with a casual and relaxed posture, eyes lowered, looking at a child squatting by his feet, pinching the corner of a blanket with two pale fingers. In one hand he held a phone, only revealing his proud, cold profile. Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, and the others stopped walking. Having not seen him for several days, they seemed even more intimidated by Jiang Fulai, speaking in hushed tones. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Fulai withdrew his cold glance from Jiang He and looked up to nod at Ning Xiao and the others. His gaze fell on the person behind them. Bai Lian stood at their rear, with a black backpack slung over her shoulder, her eyes pitch black, her skin luminescently pale, hair tied up but slightly undone, with wisps being gently blown by the wind onto her brow bone. The setting sun cast its light on her eyes, brows, and the white garment she wore, making her stand out even more. The bus arrived, and Ning Xiao along with Tang Ming and the others departed. Bai Lian sauntered slowly towards Jiang Fulai, crossing into the light and stopping in front of the two, looking down at Jiang He. "What's wrong with him again?" Jiang Fulai put his phone in his pocket, lifted his hand to lightly brush the hair from her brow bone to the side. Casually glancing at Jiang He with an indifferent tone, he left his pillow behind, so he's sulking. Bai Lian nodded, looking at Jiang He. "Your bag, my grandfather has finished making it. Aren't you going to get up?" Finally, Jiang He looked up. He watched Bai Lian expressionlessly and then stood up to grasp the hem of her clothing. In the evening, the second episode of Come Here Friend was broadcast. At Jiang Fulai's residence, he hadn't returned. Su Nanjing looked outside. Didn't young Master Jiang arrive, and is Xiangqing early? Why hasn't he come back? He knows many people. I don't know if he can get us an invitation. Can't buy one on the black market? Ming Dongheng came in from outside. Xiao Bingwen nodded. It's a bit difficult this time. They're auctioning off the last of the encrypted currency. You know how many around the world are waiting for it? Our country isn't at an advantage. The White Tiger auction house was foreign capital, connecting with foreign powers. As he spoke, Xiao Bingwen noticed the time had come. 8 p.m. He placed the computer beside him on the coffee table, opened the web page, and jumped to the live broadcast of Come Here Friend. The computer emitted the sounds of Yin Lu and Mei Yi. There was also the cheering of the crowd and commentary from the fighting ring. 5 minutes later, "Are you watching the TV program, Yin Lu's?" Su Nanjing recognized the match they had watched back then. He wasn't much interested in variety shows, leaning back lazily with a teacup, giving the computer only a glance, sipping lightly. Why bother watching without seeing her? Before he could finish, a giant logo of White Tiger Auction House appeared on the screen. Then the camera panned up from below to capture the majestic lion. Su Nanjing coughed violently. Cough, cough. Chapter 495, 196, Issue 2. Only Bai Lian and her classmate are strong. Third update. _1 after the last episode aired. Come Here Friend saw its discussion soar on various platforms. Ordinary people have an innate curiosity, especially about places like Baekter Street, which they had never heard of before. Initially, major media outlets began educating the public about Baekter Street, but later many videos were censored by officials, and netizens only dare to share videos in private. If the authorities hadn't acted, they might not have cared, but once they did, the public's curiosity only intensified. At this moment, the right side of the screen kept flashing. White tank top. Sandai King. White tank top's previous battle had gone viral online. He could be ranked within the top 10 UFC fighters, and being the second to emerge in China, He had a big reputation in the world of Sonda. Production team, who exactly are you? How would you even film this? If the production team can interview White Tank Top, it'll be your fan for life. Right after the fight scene aired, the audience was boiling with excitement, and the next second, the scene switched to White Tiger Auction House. The barrage was not as fervent. White Tiger Auction House, where is that? So luxurious. I've also experienced being rich for once. Not many people knew about White Tiger Auction House. When they were filming, White Tiger Auction House wasn't open for business, so the audience just enjoyed something novel. The filming of Backdoor Street stopped there, and on Weibo, Sandai King slowly climbed to the top of the trending searches. No, said Su Nanjing, placing his teacup on the table. He stopped coughing and eased the shock in his heart, turning to look at Xiao Bingwen beside him. Huh? What kind of production team did Yin Lu join? Even the calm Su Nanjing had trembling fingertips at this moment. Although White Tiger Auction House was not open for business, if Su Nanjing stood outside wanting to get in, those bodyguards of White Tiger would throw him out from a distance, let alone allow filming. Didn't you say there was nothing interesting to watch? Xiao Bingwen took a deep breath and looked up. Su Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen slowly withdrew his gaze. He saw the program switch to Yin Lu and Mei Yi buying groceries, anticipating that the Backdoor Street segment had come to an end. So he closed his laptop, belatedly explaining, I have nothing to do with Yin Lu. The production team definitely has links to them. Su Nanjing tapped his fingers on the table, put away his astonishment, sat up straight, and had already realized the importance of this matter. Try probing Lung Shuha again. Xiao Bingwen nodded. Su Nanjing looked down again, taking out his phone to send a message, instructing someone to investigate the production team. Get the production team to interview White Tank Top. Su Nanjing put away his phone and, recalling the recent barrage, muttered, they really dare to dream. Even Xiaoming can't get a single photo of White Tank Top. The Ji family. Ji Hung hadn't seen Jiang He for several days. At the moment, Ji Hung was hugging him while sitting in a chair watching a variety show, and Jiang He held a package embroidered with a lifelike bok choy. He was watching the television curiously with wide eyes. The several people in the room didn't have much interest in the auction house. They had all been there before. Bao Yin leaned back in her chair lazily, watching casually. On the screen, Yin Lu was telling Mei Yi that a few friends would come over for a meal. The number of synchronous barrage comments had significantly decreased, and some are guessing, are they the students from the preview? Not as exciting as before. Yin Lu is really brave. At this point, ordinary people would be inviting a few celebrities, but she actually only invited non-celebrities. Fans of Yin Lu, take note, don't attack Yin Lu's non-celebrity friends. Heard there's a lawyer squatting on this. The production team is so awesome. It must be Zhao Jingzhou. Jiang Fulai took off his jacket, sitting beside her in a loose white t-shirt. Recognizing one of the blurry figures as Bao Yin, he saw that her teacup was empty, took the teapot, slowly poured her more tea, and asked in a low voice, why didn't you come out as a composer? The compositions were average. Bai Yin evaluated her own music, but she looked at Jiang Fulai with surprise. The show wasn't over yet. How could he know she hadn't revealed herself? Jiang Fulai casually refilled his own and Ji Hung's cups with water and, glancing at her, replied. Jiang He, hugging his package and looking down at his little cup. Ji Hung glanced sideways at the aloof expression on Jiang Fulai's face, and the corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. On the screen, the camera had already turned to a man and a woman discussing a topic. They weren't wearing mics, and their voices weren't very clear, but one could vaguely make out what they were saying. Don't get it. What's the show about? Who does questions on a show? Chapter 496. Second issue of 196. The Strong Ones are just by Lian and her classmates. Third of 3 updates. _2. Yeah, at home, I'm too lazy to even write down equations, but that hand looks like it could play the piano. On the screen, everyone could see a pale hand holding a pen and writing on paper, slender and fair with smooth knuckles. It looked like a piece of art under the camera. As the comments continued, the camera suddenly provided a high-definition close-up of the mobile phone. Everyone could see the problem displayed on the phone, a small ball in a vacuum, illuminated by a 280-nanometer wavelength ultraviolet light, asking for the maximum kinetic energy of escaping photoelectrons, speed at infinite distance, number of photoelectrons. The production team added an image of a little yellow face kneeling with the caption, "High school students really don't have it easy these days. I can understand each problem individually, but when they're combined, I'm lost. You better confirm this is a high school problem." The production team, "You're really outrageous. I've put up with everything else, but which normal high school student would solve this kind of problem? The character setting is too obvious. At least understand what we regular high school students study." Comments continued to flood in, with several mentioning Jiangjing. Jiang Fulai looked at these comments, his delicate brows betraying some hesitation. "Is this problem difficult?" "It's all right." Bao Lian lazily sipped water. "I know the answer. It's just that Ning Xiao didn't have enough time." Jiang Fulai leaned back and commented indifferently, "He's always been a bit slow." Next to them, Ji Hung, who understood nothing. He felt like he was one of those netizens commenting. However, it was only for a moment before Chi Yundai's arrival shifted the topic again. The moment Chi Yundai appeared on screen, the production team highlighted his full title, Chi Yundai, a 39-year-old practicing lawyer. Yin Lu respectfully called him Chi Lu. "Chi Lu? Never heard of him. Is this to hype him up?" +1, I thought the production team would invite Zhao Jingzhou. You were so good in the first half. Why did the quality drop in the second half? Soon, the scene of Chi Lu cutting potatoes made viewers satisfied. Just admit it, production team. You must be a 5-star chef, right? Teacher May had me dying of laughter. He actually went back to secretly cut potatoes. Come here, friend. Made the hot search once again because of the Sonda King. The last episode was a smash hit. This episode's first half was even more explosive than the previous one, especially since White Tank Top was already famous in the fighting ring. Now his popularity soared even higher, to the point where there were inquiries about White Tank Top's social media account. It was only the latter half that dragged on. At least Chi Yundai managed to earn the nickname 5-star chef from netizens. But viewers found the segment with the physics problems critically poor. Yin Lu's place. As someone who had been consistently disparaged, her sixth sense was sharp. She immediately called Wang Xin, Sister Xin. Didn't you watch before airing the episode? Wang Xin had also seen the online sentiment. She rubbed her brow. I did, but we had no idea the problems Miss Bai and the others were working on were so hard. If I'd known, I wouldn't have allowed the director to air them. The director was trying to evoke empathy from senior year students who had left school for so long, thinking that the current senior students must be very strong. Little did he know, it was only Bai Lian and her classmates who were strong. Yin Lu opened her computer, and there were already people spontaneously joining the backlash online. A new entry appeared on the trending search, the hard-studying Miss Bai and classmate Ning's 12th grade problem. The program had edited together some sound bites of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's names, and now these two terms were being mocked coldly and derisively online. Yin Lu furrowed her brows at this entry, then moved to the one below, Xingyi Martial Arts School Hall Master. Her expression tightened. In the information age, a hot show came with its benefits. But with those benefits came corresponding impacts. Yin Lu, accustomed to being maligned, was indifferent. But she didn't want to see Bai Lian getting dragged down. She hung up on Sister Xin and called the director directly. Cut that segment out. The director didn't hesitate after hearing Yin Lu's suggestion. That's a good idea, don't worry. The information age moves quickly, and this will blow over. It's just Miss Bai who... The director was somewhat afraid that Bai Lian would be angered. After all, people online were accusing her and Ning Xiao of putting on an act. She doesn't go online, Yin Lu sighed, and she believed that Bai Lian wouldn't be bothered by others' opinions. That's good. The director was relieved. He lit a cigarette and instructed his team to edit the website's video content. Confused and frustrated, but how did Miss Bai and the others end up solving that kind of problem? He was genuinely perplexed. by Lian and Ning Xiao were students from Xiangqing. How could education resources there have such outlandish problems to excite netizens like this? This stumped Yin Lu. Yin Lu was not academically inclined and simply answered, "She does whatever problem she wants to." Indeed. On the other end of the phone, the director shrugged. After all, Miss Bai was so cool that the industry big shots had already called him. What was the big deal about her doing a problem? The director hung up the phone. Beside him, the assistant director stood up from his chair. They're editing it now. Hopefully, the audiences will quickly forget about Miss Bai and Ning Xiao. The director nodded, still holding his cigarette, his brow unrelenting. How's Lawyer Chi doing right now? As you know, our show is on fire right now, the assistant director said, resigned. When they recorded the show, they never imagined it would become this popular. They just wanted to give Lawyer Chi some exposure, but ended up overshooting. The show was too popular, and the audience's expectations were too high. Chi Yundai seemed too ordinary compared to Sun Dan on Backdoor Street and the presence of White Tank Top. Editing could shave off segments with Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, but for Chi Yundai, the latter half was all about him. There was no way to make cuts. The director exhaled a ring of smoke and lowered his head to check his phone. Opening the official Weibo account for Come Here Friend, we can cut out Miss Bay's segments, but it's tricky with Lawyer Kai's part. As he spoke, he began to read the comments to gauge the current sentiment. Seeing a comment that read, "Those two students are so pretentious," he frowned and clicked delete. Yin Lu's and Mei Yi's fans were trying their best to control the situation, but there were too many outside viewers, and they couldn't keep things under control. Scrolling to sort by popular comments, he saw the top one. "The production team is so amazing. You even invited Sundan. It's fine you couldn't get Dean Jian and Bai Jian for the latter part, but I thought the coming lawyer would be at Zhao Jingzhou." Feeling somewhat disappointed, Zhao Jingzhou, a lawyer so renowned online as Zhao Dazhuang, was the archetype of a strong first-class lawyer in the minds of netizens. The director couldn't help but laugh with irritation. Why don't they ask me to invite God over? Chapter 497, 197 Choices, Creating a God _ one. The director stretched out his hand to delete the comment and instructed the PR department to pay attention to the pace of the internet. After all, Sundan of Backdoor Street was also connected to Yin Lu. So how could the production team have such incredible influence? If they had those connections, they'd invite stars like Gao Shu and Wei Shiyuan to be regulars on the show. They even dare to talk about Zhao Dazhuang. The assistant director spoke up, not afraid of getting a cease and desist letter from attorney Zhao Lu at all. "The heat is too high." The director, holding his phone, looked towards the door. "On such thin ice, I wonder if our show can continue." The official website's video was quickly re-edited and uploaded, and the editing related to Bai Lian and Chi Yundai was rapidly trimmed to minimize the issue. The online storm seemed to subside. Over at Bai Lian's side, neither she nor Jiang Fulai saw any problem, and they didn't go online often, just watch TV. Jiang Fulai picked up his coat and left, while he stayed with Ji Hung. He didn't bring his Legos when he returned to Jiangjing and had been sneakily keeping them at Ji Hung's place. Only after everyone left did he grab his bag to retrieve his Legos. Ji Hung brought over the pajamas he had left for him, took him to bathe, and even though he was big enough to bathe himself, Ji Hung, worried that he might be scared alone, sat beside the tub on a small stool to wait for him. He bathed obediently, and Ji Hung had even bought him a rubber duck for the tub. But he was always aloof, never playing with the rubber duck. Ji Hung, focusing on his own drawing, noticed that he began to play with the rubber duck only when he wasn't being watched, repeatedly pushing its head underwater and then watching it bob back up. After doing this dozens of times, Ji Hung, maintaining one position for 5 minutes and feeling a strain in his neck, saw that he was still poking the rubber duck and couldn't help but cough. He immediately let go of the rubber duck and scooped up water to wash his face. Only then did Ji Hung slowly lift his head. "Are you done washing?" He nodded. Ji Hung handed him a dry towel, and after Jiang he put on his pajamas himself, he glanced over at Bai Lian's tiny room. Bai Lian was in the next little room, the light inside on, allowing him to catch a glimpse of her busy silhouette through the crack of the door. Ji Hung suddenly lowered his voice. "Xiaoa, do you know what a wave function is?" Jiang he looked up at Ji Hung, blinking in confusion. Ji Hung, okay, he didn't know. Ji Hung wondered, wasn't this kid a genius? He had an expression that said he had overestimated him. Jiang he silently finished dressing in the tiny room. Bai Lian was carefully polishing a piece of jade with a triangular file, water dripping down the edge of the jade onto the machine, as the shape of a Kylan's leg started to emerge. She polished for a bit and then looked at it leisurely in the light. Not bad. What a master could polish in a few days took her a month, and even then it was barely passable. Fortunately, only Jiang Fulai's piece was urgent. Ji Hung's was not. It gave her time to take her time with it. Monday, classes as usual. Some students in class 15 were discussing the show from the day before. Yang Lin arrived early, and by the time Bai Lian got there, she was already earnestly working on her paper. Bai Lian pulled out a chair to sit down and took a notebook from her bag, pushing it towards Yang Lin. The notebook bumped against Yang Lin's elbow, and she turned her head. "A notebook with physics and mathematics," Bai Lian said succinctly as she set down her bag. Glancing at her phone, she saw that Hewen had sent her a document. "Hewen, it's been too long since the college entrance exam. Just take a look." "Hewen, the results of that last experiment were a bit strange. You seem to be busy, brief, and to the point." Bai Lian opened the document Hewen had organized and forwarded it to the class group. The results from last time were strange. As she pondered, she pulled out a pen and her exercises. She had already finished the weekend's paper. Being a senior meant endlessly practicing problems and identifying one's own weak spots. Bai Lian had almost stopped reviewing physics and mathematics, focusing instead on chemistry, biology, and English as the countdown on the notice board showed less than 60 days until the college entrance examination. Pu Xiaoan and Wang Qi ran into each other at the school gate and now came to the classroom together to see that Bai Lian, Yang Lin, Ning Xiao, and the others had already started on their homework. Wang Qi opened her mouth to speak. "When I got up, I saw that Sister Lian was still answering the study committee's questions at 1 a.m. Last night, right? She came to the classroom so early to do homework." The sports committee member next to Wang Qi patted her shoulder. "This is what it means to be a top student. Bebe, learn from it." Chapter 498, 197 Choices, Creating a God _2. Wang Qi didn't speak, his gaze turning to Yang Lin. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were still fine. The two didn't have to worry about other things. But Yang Lin was also working part-time. She was really pushing herself too hard. Next to Bai Lian, Yang Lin lowered her head and earnestly wrote out her test paper. When one is fighting for both livelihood and college entrance examination, no one feels tired. "Xiaoan, how's the progress on our graduation gowns?" a girl asked as she sat down at Pu Xiaoan's desk, inquiring about the graduation gown's progress. The school was about to organize the graduation photo session. Pu Xiaoan took out her phone, swiped through the screen to open a conversation with Ji Hung, and showed her a recently sent picture. "It's this floral pattern." The girl's eyes lit up. Then she remembered something. "Xiaoan, in last night's show, was that the top student and Sister Lian?" The two girls put their heads together, trying not to disturb by Lian and Yang Lin sitting behind them, speaking in hushed tones. Because of Wang Qi's promotion, everyone in class 15 had watched Come Here Friend. There wasn't a clear front shot of any senior high school students, but there were shots of backs, arms, and feet. Bai Lian and her group weren't wearing mics, but her temperament was too distinctive. Those familiar with her could tell it was her. Pu Xiaoan didn't directly answer, but the girl understood. "So it really was you guys?" I thought, how could ordinary high school seniors do those kinds of questions? If it was Bai Lian, then that wasn't surprising. She breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at Jiang Fulai's residence, he had gone to the laboratory. He wasn't interested in cryptocurrency unless there was an auction of cutting-edge technology or antiques he desired. Su Nanjing didn't get any useful information from Jiang Fulai's place. He said while holding fish food, "Looks like I need to make a trip back to Jiangjing." Xiao Bingwen nodded. Ming Dongheng, standing beside them, stared at the water, his usually cold face furrowed with worry. "Still worried about your little martial arts gym?" Su Nanjing didn't care about the small gym and found Ming Dongheng's concern amusing. Lay low for a while. Public opinion is like that. Ming Dongheng knew this all too well. It's the first time the gym is enrolling art students, and because of this, no students have signed up recently. Miss Bai will definitely be disappointed. Sister Lien of the Bai family? Su Nanjing was taken aback, sitting up straight and raising his hand. What does this have to do with her? The gym reopened with her support, explained Ming Dongheng, looking up. Su Nanjing tapped his fingers against the railing. He took out his phone and sent Gao Yin a message. Find a martial arts teacher with a rank of 6th or 7th Dan. Need them to lend their name, Sister Lian's Gym of the Bai family. Jiangjing. Su family. Gao Yin sat in her seat, looking at the several people in front of her, her gaze landing on an older man with a gray beard in the center. Elder Su, I heard your eldest son reached the 7th Dan? The major families always cultivated loyal followers, and the Su family was no exception. These were among the strongest under Su Jiuling's command. Madam, you flatter me. It is indeed my son, Su Jiang, the older man nodded, then looked to his left, Su Jiang. Su Jiang stepped forward, suppressing his excitement. Su Jiang pays his respects to Madam. Was Gao Yin about to make good use of him? Others behind, Su Jiang looked at him with veiled envy. I need you to go to Xiangqing. This is very important to me, Gao Yin said to Su Jiang. We will pay you double the salary. Xiangqing. Su Jiang was taken aback. Beside him, his father guessed. Is it to protect the third young master? No. Gao Yin didn't hide it from them. She picked up her teacup and slowly skimmed off the froth on top. It's to take a nominal post at a martial arts gym in Xiangqing. It won't take much of your time. The third young master has recently acknowledged his sister. The gym is hers. Once you are there, just follow her orders. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's smile showed a hint of hesitation. He had originally thought he was going to protect Su Nanjing. After all, everyone knew that Su Nanjing was Jiang Fulai's brother. But he hadn't expected to be sent to the Xiangqing martial arts gym. Xiangqing was so far away, and once he went there, would he be able to come back? And what about the third young master's sworn sister? How long would his newfound enthusiasm last? What's more important, after traveling so far, by the time he returned, he would have to leave the Jiangjing circle. Su Jiang's father, with his great ambitions, always aimed to climb higher. Xiangqing was too risky. Lowering his gaze, he said, Madam, Su Jiang does not have much experience in educating others, but perhaps his younger brother could. It had not been easy for the Su family's collateral branch to raise someone up. Su Jiang was meant for a smooth path ahead, and he could not afford to go to Xiangqing. Gao Yin also noticed that Su Jiang was reluctant to go and, setting down her teacup, asked, Where is his brother? Su Jiang's father looked back and called, Su He, come meet the madam. A man in a gray coat came out, very respectful. Madam, I am Su He. Have you taken a martial arts grading exam? Gao Yin observed his honest face and nodded to herself, thinking he was a good choice. No cunning about him. 6th Dan. He had even met the minimum requirements set by Su Nanjing. Are you willing to go to the Xiangqing martial arts gym? Su He is willing. Gao Yin, satisfied, said, All right, pack your things and head to Xiangqing tomorrow. The third young master's people will meet you there. Beicheng. In the evening, at Liu Yang's side. Liu Yang's fan group had many people discussing the program Come Here Friend. It was common knowledge among insiders that it was originally Liu Yang who was approached by the production team. But he feared that participating would affect his image as a pretty boy, so he declined. After the show became popular, Liu Yang was also mocked online, accused of dropping the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. His main fans all knew about it. Liu Yang's agent, seeing the constant mentions in the group, couldn't help but take a look. It was a rich female fan of Liu Yang, strawberry ice cream. This shitty show even does biased editing. Was Come Here Friend trying to create a god with Lu Gu, and he refused to play along, so he dropped out? It's not what the internet rumors say about glorifying some and belittling others. Lu Gu was badly smeared last week. Seeing the messages in the group, the agent did not deny them, nor did he stop the fans from speculating. The popularity of Come Here Friend was still fermenting. Netizens like to build up idols, but they also love to tear them down. After being highly praised for 2 episodes, the show was criticized in the latter half for not meeting expectations, and unavoidably, Lu Yang was implicated. Strawberry Ice Cream, being wealthy, had more sway over Lu Yang's fans than his own studio. She directed them as she pleased. As a main fan, her word was even more influential than Lu Yang's. In the past few days since Come Here Friend aired, there were those who smeared Lu Yang, causing him to be ridiculed by laypeople and leading to many fans leaving the group. Upon watching the edited video, Strawberry Ice Cream immediately contacted her connections in the entertainment industry and drafted a PR statement, the Strawberry Ice Cream. Hashtag Lu Yang really wronged. Hashtag Come Here Friend deleted scenes at Come Here Friend official. Can you please address the audience's questions? Why does the Hall Master of the Xingyi Martial Arts School only have a 5th Dan? As everyone knows, a gym's teachers are crucial. You don't even have a 6th Dan teacher. So how can you go on variety shows to promote yourselves? Are you implying fraud at Xiangqing Police Station 2nd? Can the production team find someone a bit more cultured? What high school senior does these sorts of tasks now? Yin Lu and Mei Yi keep calling her Miss Bai. Please do your homework, okay? Do you think cutting out this section will cover up your stupidity? Screenshot. Last, please don't take the audience for fools. Yin Lu saying Lawyer Qi Lu is amazing. Well, I don't see how he's amazing. Is his culinary skill supposed to be impressive? Is the show trying to create another deity like Lawyer Zhao Jingzhou? It's completely laughable. How about you look up Lawyer Zhao's resume online? Lu Yang just didn't want to join your program, and he was smeared for a whole week. Are you prepared to apologize? Chapter 499. Netizen 198 has gone crazy in 14 second update. _1 Lu Yang's fans were wealthy. They threw money at popular posts and searches, and soon the hot search, Lu Yang is truly miserable, climbed to 2nd place. Casual fans who clicked and saw the analysis by Strawberry Ice Cream. Her analysis made perfect sense, and the latter half of the show had indeed disappointed the fans, who now had an epiphany after seeing the analysis. Come Here Friend had high popularity, and many people watched the live broadcast, all remembering the segment whereby Lien and Ning Xiao discussed the topic. But the shots of the questions that followed were cut by the show's producers. Deleting hot searches and footage was already a sign of guilt, and most people, who were still skeptical, immediately believed it upon seeing the actions of the production team. I knew it. Why did the production team delete only the posts of Miss Bai, Qi Lu, and the high school students? Now I get it. Does the production team think the viewers are fools? Sorry, I was also bashing Lu Yang last week. Looking at it now, Lu Yang is truly a lotus untainted by mud. There are few artists like him in the entertainment industry. The fervor online was fermenting, and Yin Lu, Mei Yi, and the production team all faced varying degrees of slander. Many people were asking underneath the official Weibo account of Lu Yang, Lu bro, is it really like that? Lu Yang's agent's phone rang. It was Sister Xin. Sister Xin. Lu Yang's agent walked to the window and answered the phone. What does a busy person like you need from me? Let's not beat around the bush. The posts on Weibo are your team's doing, right? What will it take for you to take them down? Sister Xin was blunt. You know better than I do why Lu Yang isn't in the production team. Lu Yang's agent pretended to be dumbfounded and hesitated. Sister Xin, what are you talking about? What's happened on Weibo? Sister Zin's voice was tense as she pressed her brow. What do you want? Money or resources? Those kids really are high school seniors and they're about to take the college entrance exam. You're going to affect their grades. Lu Yang's agent smiled, unhurried. Sister Exon, I have no idea what you're talking about. With the high Weibo popularity at the moment, he had no wish to let Lu Yang easily give up this heat. He ended the call. Are we not going to reply? The assistant asked, holding the phone, looking to Lu Yang's agent. Lu Yang's agent looked at the Weibo and flipped his phone down. For now, leave it be. We won't interfere. This wave doesn't harm Lu Yang anyway. If you want to trap the wolf, you must be prepared to sacrifice the sheep. At Wang Xin's residence, they're not budging. The director sat down in the chair, anxiety bubbling up like blisters. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were being mocked. The Xingyi Martial Arts School was under suspicion, and so was Qi Yundai. The production team was suspected of orchestrating publicity for Xiangqing. That's right, Sister XN put down her phone and reopened Strawberry Ice Cream's Weibo, momentarily a loss for a solution. They'll see what Yen Lu has to say. She made a call to Yen Lu. Qi Yundai's situation wasn't a big deal, but Bai Lian's wasn't easy to resolve. The show was too popular. At 11 o'clock at night, Pu Xiaohan was preparing for bed when she saw a notification pop up. She frowned, clicked on it, and read through the comments. Read some books. A normal high school senior deals with these kinds of problems. Screenshot. Can we not compare everyone to Zhao Lu, please? A message popped up in WeChat from one of her classmates in class 15. It seemed many had seen the Weibo post by Lu Yang's fans. Pu Xiaohan screenshotted the content and sent it to Qi Yundai. Qi Lu, aren't you going to sue them? Qi Yundai was at home, reviewing files. He held a pen in his right hand, drawing a symbol on the file. Seeing Pu Xiaohan's message, he was surprised. He was indifferent to the public's opinion of him, and even found it amusing when netizens praised his cooking skills. Lawyer Qi, too bad I didn't get to show off my cake. Pu Xiaohan. Lawyer Qi. Qi Yundai coughed softly, guessing that the netizens were referring to the two students, including Bai Lian. After a moment's thought, he made a phone call. At the Xiangqing Research Institute. It was 11 o'clock, but tonight Jiang Fulai was not planning on going home. He had just finished his work, passing along rows of tall machinery on his way out. Approaching a steel door, he swiped his fingerprint and the doors opened from both sides. He stepped out while taking off the blue radiation suit. His hands, defined by distinct knuckles, casually carried the garment. The lights in the lab were always on, casting a cold hue on his skin, making his complexion even paler. The smartphone in his pocket rang. It was Qi Yundai. He glanced down, swiped to answer. Mr. Jiang. Even through the phone, Qi Yundai couldn't help but stand up from his chair. He put down his pen. There's something happening online. He went through the events, reporting everything to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai paused mid-step, his focus always different from ordinary people. Netizens are saying that question is hard. Qi Yundai, yes. I got it. Jiang Fulai arrived at his restroom, pushed the door open carelessly, switched on the lights, and turned on the computer to check the messages online, not caring about the issue with Xingyi Martial Arts School or Qi Yundai. But concerning Bai Lian, his light-colored eyes fixated on one comment. Miss Bai sure knows how to put on a show with student Ning. Jiang Fulai, with an indifferent look in his eyes, typed out a string of code and deleted that comment. Then he messaged Bai Lian. What are you doing? Bai Lian replied succinctly, sending him a picture. Picture, she was writing a cipher. Bai student, you typed so coldly. Feeling his anger even through the text, Jiang Fulai stopped for a moment. He didn't mention the situation online, only replied, the people at the institute are fools. Bai student, try to understand them. Jiang Fulai replied to her. Oh. He finished typing lazily. His gaze at the computer screen was exceptionally cold as he clicked open Zhao Lu's WeChat. The next day, 7 in the morning. Most people had just woken up, preparing for work. Lu Yang donned his mask, surrounded by a group of assistants as he stepped out. The agent hung up the phone, smiling at him. The crew of the Ballad of the Green Hills sent a message last night. They want you to audition next week. Lu Yang's side had communicated with the Ballad of the Green Hills before, but they hadn't agreed. They preferred Mei Yi's acting and popularity. Their agreement today was only due to valuing Liu Yang's current popularity. It was just then that Liu Yang's phone rang. It was his boss. Liu Yang answered immediately, and without waiting for him to speak, the boss exploded with curses. "Liu Yang, have you lost your mind? Riding the wave of any trend? I've told you not to provoke the people from come here, friend. Didn't you listen? What are you going to do now?" Liu Yang faltered. He had tacitly approved of last night's event. Upon hearing his boss' words, he sensed trouble and stopped to check his phone. What happened? The agent looked at him puzzled. Liu Yang shook his head without speaking and just opened Weibo. The app was slow to respond, so he waited a moment before proceeding. Check what Yin Lu's side has done. The trending searches had changed to Zhao Jingzhou and Jingjiang Preparatory Camp. As the larger online community continued to indulge in the spectacle, Yin Lu's fans mourned in their groups, saying they didn't believe it and awaited Yin Lu's denial. But the night passed without any word from Yin Lu. Even at 6 in the morning, she posted a Weibo of the sun, driving her fans to despair. It was only then that Yin Lu retweeted 3 posts, and her fans, with a doomsday mentality, clicked in. The first post she retweeted was Come Here Friend official account reposting and commenting on Strawberry Ice Cream's post. Picture, let's congratulate Master Su Heon joining Xingyi Martial Arts School. The picture showed Su He's 6th dance certificate. The second post, Zhao Jingzhou reposted and commented on Strawberry Ice Cream's post. Qi Lu is my teacher. He was always succinct. The third post, Jiangjing Research Institute reposted and commented on Strawberry Ice Cream's post. Screenshot. Let's introduce to everyone. This is the app for the Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp. Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp? What's that? Ordinary people had never even heard of this app. The top hot comment. Let me explain to everyone, Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp is prepared for top students. The top 20 in the province each year are eligible for a place. The top 200 can get into Jiangjing University. And the student in this screenshot is NO. 14. The netizens went completely wild. Chapter 500. 199 Aliens Calligraphy _1 Zhao Jingzhou was the hotshot lawyer on the internet, and everyone knew that the cases he handled almost never met with defeat. When Qi Yundai appeared on Come Here Friend, the first reaction of all the netizens was, why didn't they invite Zhao Jingzhou? It wasn't until Zhao Jingzhou's Weibo post topped the trending search. Liu Yang's fans, Zhao Lu, if you're being forced, blink your eyes. Some puzzled bystanders also expressed, no, why haven't I heard about Qi Yundai online? 2 minutes later, an informed lawyer quietly commented in the section, of course, you haven't heard of him. The cases he deals with are all international serious crimes. Have you heard about the financial loophole in the NS Group the year before last? A global top 100 enterprise gone. Yes, he did it. Soon, another netizen threw out a screenshot. Image, people clicked on the image to find a codex of criminal law, and everyone saw the text on it. Participated in revising and writing the list. Qi Yundai at this point, many people started reposting Strawberry Ice Cream's Weibo. You haven't heard of him. Could it be possible that he plays in the high leagues? Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law also joined the fray, retweeting the official Weibo of Come Here Friend. No wonder Professor Qi isn't coming back to give lectures. You've lured him away. Those who vie with us for Professor Qi, beware smile. Qi Yundai. Seeing these corroborating pieces of evidence, the detractors had nothing to say about manufacturing a god. Was a resume like Qi Yundai is something that could be fabricated? Apart from Qi Yundai, the focus of netizens shifted to Jiangjing Research Institute. Not many people had heard of Jingjiang Preparatory Camp, but mentioned Jiangjing University, and everyone knew it. It was almost the dream destination for students nationwide. Looking at the Weibo post sent out by Jiangjing Research Institute, some people even exited Weibo, then reopened it, thinking they were seeing things. So, are these their daily problems? I reread the problems on my knees. The uproar was too big. By the time Liu Yang's side realized something was wrong, it was too late to pull it from the trending searches. Liu Yang sat angrily in the nanny van, his agent on the phone beside him, sweating profusely. Both had realized that this time they were really finished. Mass defections from fans. Utter collapse of public favor. The agent looked at the phone that went unanswered, returned to the page. Chi Yundai, why wasn't this revealed on the show? He said dejectedly. And those two middle school students. He was too busy, and just then he saw the screenshot strawberry ice cream sent to the fan group. So, this is true. I didn't intentionally market this? You didn't refuse to join the group because of this, did you? The agent glanced at it, but didn't respond. On the other end of the phone, the girl stared at the screen, also not responding for a long time. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, strawberry ice cream finally snapped out of it after a hasty reaction, realizing that Liu Yang's team wasn't what she had imagined. She stood up, removed all the pictures of Liu Yang from her room, quit the group, opened Weibo to check her following list, and deleted anyone related to Liu Yang. When she saw the Weibo with the word pick, she paused but ultimately didn't unfollow. A major fan's public defection has a huge impact on a star. In no time, Liu Yang lost countless fans. The Come Here Friend production team. The director watched as the trending searches rose steadily. NO. 1 Chi Yundai NO. 2 Jiangjing University NO. 3 Zhao Jingzhou. He's self-medicated with water to calm his nerves. No. Sister Xen, how could you not tell me such big news earlier? Wang Xin had already known about Chi Yundai. What caught her by surprise were by Lin and Ning Xiao. Would Miss Yin Lu consider doing another couple of variety shows? The director asked, looking at Wang Xin seriously, of course. It would be even better if Bai Lian could come. She's recently been focusing on honing her acting skills, preparing for her next audition. Wang Xin shook her head, putting away her phone and standing up. Don't overhype Miss Bai. Don't worry, the director said regretfully. I couldn't get the students' popularity up. Wang Xin didn't say more. She straightened her trench coat and pulled open the office door to leave. After he left, inside the office, the assistant director whispered, Yin Lu's friends, how come they're all so outstanding? They knew that the cell phone belonged to Ning Xiao, a cold and gloomy young man, a prospective Jiangjing University student. How great it would be if they could do a variety show. You were just talking about advertising for Lawyer Chi to raise his profile. Someone sitting on the far right quietly spoke up. Chapter 501. 199 Aliens Calligraphy _ to director. We have to firmly hold on to Yin Lu's coattails. He coughed softly, then set down his water glass and shifted the conversation, looking at the others in the office. Everyone work hard and see what other comments there are online. Also, make a dedicated video clip for Xingyi Martial Arts School. The director knew that Yin Lu's achievements in the future would not be low. Come Here Friend reached a new peak in popularity. In this period, even students in closed schools had heard of Come Here Friend, Jingjiang Preparatory Camp, and Chi Yundai to some extent. Both Yin Lu and the show had become explosively popular. Previously, Yin Lu had entered the public eye because of her songs, but what everyone was familiar with were the songs, not her as a person. The fans of Ding Jian and Bai Jian were even more numerous than hers. But after the show aired, Yin Lu became popular with unimaginable heat. The crew of Great Yong also took the opportunity to release a trailer. Zhao Jingzhou's law office. He swiped his screen and then found Yin Lu's Weibo to follow. Zhao Lu, his assistant said in surprise. How is Professor Chi so familiar with this celebrity? Logically, Chi and I shouldn't know these people. Zhao Jingzhou put down his phone, recalling the scene he saw in Xiangqing, and said calmly he shouldn't be familiar with Yin Lu. Chi Yundai was very respectful to that man and to one of his students. Wednesday, in the evening, Xiang Mountain Avenue. So he dragged his suitcase out of the taxi. You've arrived? His mother's call came through. Sui just responded with I heard the third young master is back. Leaving you alone in Xiangqing? Zu's mother paused a bit, wanting to ask if her son could ever return to Jiangjing, but fearing to hurt him, she didn't ask. Hey, don't worry. Maybe the situation is not as bad as we imagine. Not so bad. Sui looked at the buildings around him. Indeed, not as dilapidated as he had imagined. The roads were also newly paved. I know, the great lady values this place. He forced a smile to comfort his mother. Perhaps Miss Bai is also very good. His mother did not speak again. In fact, both of them knew very well that Miss Bai was from Xiangqing, and even if Xiangqing was good, how much better could it be? There wasn't even a sixth-rank martial artist to hold up the facade. Coming here was tantamount to being exiled, and Sui's place of exile was not even the Su family, but an unknown martial arts school, from where returning to Jiangjing would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. So he didn't continue speaking. He quickly found Xingyi Martial Arts School, following the directions on his navigation app. This place was at the entrance to a scenic area. The lighting was not very bright. Compared to the splendid Su family training base, Xingyi Martial Arts School was not large, with many tourists at the entrance. Those passing by were all ordinary people. He had anticipated this before coming, so Sui knocked on the door without much expectation. The door was opened from inside by a middle-aged man wearing a white practice uniform, his forehead covered with sweat and his eyes as cold as stars. "Teacher Sui?" Sui was startled by the man's imposing manner, and he composed himself. "Yes, it's me." "Just in time. Miss Bai has been waiting for you for a long time." Jean Kai smiled, opened the door for Sui to enter. "I'm a hall master here, and we are very grateful for your help this time." Sui followed Jean Kai with surprise, and upon entering, he saw the people training on the left side. There were not many people training at this time. One person was swinging long fists, and it seemed like you could see dust being lifted by the force of the punches, moves that he had never seen before. So he secretly wondered, as he could tell these martial artists were not untrained. He followed Jean Kai down a corridor to the backyard. In front of the stone table in the backyard, a girl was lounging on a bench next to it, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, her top loose, her legs slightly crossed, and one hand tapping on her phone on the table. She was casually accepting an orange from a middle-aged woman, and the dim light in the yard cast a golden glow on her. "Miss Bai." Jean Kai took a step forward and reported to her, "He's here." Bai Lian slowly peeled the orange, looking at Su He, and arched an eyebrow. "Sixth rank." Even though the girl in front of him looked young and delicate, Su He felt an inexplicable pressure, and he tensed inwardly. "Yes, Miss Bai." Although he had suffered internal injuries, he was indeed of the sixth rank. Bai Lian had already heard from Jean Kai that Su He was there as a substitute. She broke off a segment of the orange, tossed it into her mouth, leaned on the table with her elbow, and, after a moment's thought, said, "Have a go with Hall Master Jean." Facing a fight right away, Suhi hesitated for a moment, but then he set his luggage aside, and with an apologetic look toward Jean Kai, said, "I apologize in advance, as in sparring punches and kicks can slip." Chapter 502 199 Aliens Calligraphy _3 Although he had suffered internal injuries, with his experience in the Su family, dealing with an ordinary border town person was not a problem. Hall Master Jean tightened his belt and, with great elegance, raised his hand and flashed a grin at him. Sui's expression was solemn as he stepped back with his left foot and took out his signature guardian boxing technique, charging straight for Jean Kai's face. Jean Kai blocked his right hand and reversed the move to pin him down. He was strong, bang. So he was thrown to the ground. Bai Lian stood up, closely observing Suhi's condition, then turned to Jean Kai and said, "He's a bit weak. Give him a medicinal bath tomorrow and see if he can adapt to it first." Jean Kai nodded and went outside to prepare the medicinal herbs. Only Suhi lay on the ground, lost in confusion, staring up at the starry sky. Wasn't it said that there weren't even sixth-level practitioners here? Shouldn't he be the only sixth-level master? Why couldn't he even beat an ordinary hall master? The script was not playing out as he had expected. Only after dealing with Su, he did Bai Lian take out her smartphone and open her conversation with Mao Cohen. Mao Cohen, 2 million. He was referring to the invitation in her possession. 2 million, 4 times higher than the starting price on the black market. Bai Lian was expressionless. When Jiang Fulai parked the car, he saw her leaning lazily against a tree with her school bag, dressed in a school uniform. Her eyes languid and her face clean and simple. Behind her was the entrance to Pure Street. These past few days, the street had surged in popularity, and the crowd streamed endlessly. Lights flickered into points, all fading into her backdrop. He rolled down the car window and honked the horn, signaling her to get in. This was not a good place to park. Bai Yin got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Her phone automatically connected to Bluetooth, and as Jiang Fulai merged with the traffic, he asked, "Why weren't you listening to your vocabulary words?" "I forgot," Bai Yin said. Looking down, she leisurely opened her vocabulary application. While listening, she switched to a message from Su Nanjing. "Will you come back?" On the other side of the phone, Su Nanjing had just boarded the plane and was about to shut it off when he received Bai Yin's message, which amused him. "I can't come back for a short while. It takes too much time." Bai Yin tapped on her smartphone. "Give me an address. They'll send something." He sent her an address and then asked, "Are you going to send me some local specialty?" "Bai Yin." She leaned back and asked Jiang Fulai, "Are you familiar with Suhi?" Jiang Fulai's driving was steady. Nanjing mentioned him. "He's a collateral member of the Su family, trustworthy." Su Nanjing knew that the martial arts training hall was Bai Yin's place, so he would naturally inform Jiang Fulai when sending someone over. On the phone, Su Wenyo's concerned message popped up, asking if the pressure from her studies was too much recently. Bai Yin replied that it was manageable. As the car was nearing Pure Street, Jiang Fulai tapped his fingers leisurely on the steering wheel and asked, "Not going to eat first?" "It's still early today," Bai Yin said with lowered eyes, scrolling on her smartphone screen. She was planning to go back home today. "I'm going back to have dinner with Grandpa." Jiang Fulai then fell silent. When the car reached Pure Street, Jiang Fulai parked and walked with Bai Yin into the area, enjoying a moment of rare tranquility. Jiang Fulai stood to the left of Bai Yin, walking at an unhurried pace, the street lights and moonlight above, his profile bathed in the light, his features sparse and handsome, quiet yet emanating a sense of cool detachment. The two stopped under a street lamp at the corner. Jiang Fulai stopped and turned his head to look at her, slightly reaching out his hand. Meanwhile, in Jiangjing, at the residence of the Su family matriarch, it was rare for the entire Su family to dine together. The Su family matriarch looked at Su Wenyao with discontent. "It's been several months now. How long are you planning to make trouble with Shuyan?" Su Wenyao put down his smartphone and picked up his chopsticks, stating plainly, "Grandma, we broke up." The Qi family was a connection the Su family matriarch made with great effort, and she would not allow Su Wenyao to be foolish at this critical juncture. The Su family matriarch was on the verge of exploding. Su En looked up to stop her. "Mom, the patriarch's big birthday celebration this year is important, and what gift we should give him still needs your discerning eye. The board of directors and I have not decided yet." The main family? Ji Mulan had married into the Su family, and it was the first time she had heard this term. She couldn't help but look up. She naturally knew that in a place like Jiangjing, the Su family was just a marginal clan, but even such a marginal clan was a target she and the Bai and Song families had chased for so long. So what was this main family that the Su family was talking about? That's true. The issue had been classified as a top priority by the Su family this year, which diverted the Su family matriarch's attention. "You should bring some gifts and ask the Qi family, and also your old classmate's daughter, the talented girl from the Calligraphy Association, right? See if among their acquaintances, there's a collector whose calligraphy or paintings we can buy." The butler nodded in agreement. "If we could get authentic works from Liang Zuan or by Xiangjuan, that would be even better." Mr. Chun favored the style of Liang, so that circle had a certain preference for works in that style. Su En knew the Su family matriarch was referring to Su Yajun. "I'll ask them. It's a pity we don't have anyone in our family who practices calligraphy." The Su family matriarch set down her chopsticks, feeling quite regretful. Compared to the wealthy families of Xinjiang district, we can't match them in terms of valuable gifts. It would be best to give something that resonates with the patriarch's taste. Maybe if he's pleased, we could move back home. Something that met the patriarch's taste, be it a person or an object, would do. Hearing this, Su Wenyo's mind stirred. Turning to Ji Mulan. Alien used to learn calligraphy, right? Chapter 503. 200 Express. Retreat for the college entrance exam. Second update. _1 Su Wenyao had seen by Lian's handwriting. Neat, and yet with her own style, it was very attractive. Yes, I remember too. Su nodded as well. This time, old Madame Su looked at Ji Mulan with some surprise, calculating something in her mind. What style of calligraphy did she learn? Ji Mulan's smile was a bit awkward. Bai Lian hadn't formally studied calligraphy at all. No, it's just the style of the Jianghu. Ji Mulan herself had never seen the imperial script. Jianghu style? Old Madame Su didn't know much about it, but she knew it wasn't mainstream. She lost interest and turned to Su Jiyue, who was sitting beside her. Yeah, eat more. The high school exams are coming. Don't be too stressed. Do your best for our Su family, and it would be even better if the main family sees it. Old Madame, Miss Yue came second in this month's exam, the butler boasted from the side. Ji Mulan also looked warmly and somewhat proudly at Jiyue. He has always had good grades. Second in the country, that is the second top scholar. Ji Mulan couldn't help but think, if Su Jiyue were her daughter, would Bai Qiming still treat them the same way? Naturally, old Madame Su was very satisfied with Su Jiyue. I remember Alien is also a senior. How is she doing? Bai Lian? Ji Mulan paused momentarily. She hadn't been in contact with Bai Lian since she left Jiangjing. It was Su Wenyao who spoke up. Alien studies are steady now. He had just asked about Bai Lian the night before. High school seniors are under a lot of stress. Su Wenyao had a classmate who couldn't cope and fell into depression, so he always cared about how Bai Lian and Su Jiyue were doing academically. Both of them were doing fine. That's good to hear. Old Madame Su nodded and did not ask further. She was merely making a polite inquiry and was not curious about Bai Lian's grades. They were surely not better than Su Ziyu's anyway. After the meal, old Madame Su took her Buddha beads to the temple to pray for Su Ziyu's smooth success in the high school exams. Since Su Jiyue entered her senior year, she had done this every day. Su Jiyue was also the hope of the new generation of the Su family. Beside her, the butler handed her an incense stick. Don't worry, Miss Jiyue has been second in the recent joint examinations. This year's runner-up will definitely be Miss Jiyue. Maybe the old master over there will meet Miss Jiyue. May the ancestors bless her. Old Madame Su quickly bowed 3 times. May Jiyue do well in her exams. Outside, Ji Mulan and Su In left for home. Though they had reconciled with the old lady, they did not live in the old residence. Su In hadn't drunk today, and he settled into the driver's seat. Alien is also sitting her exams soon, right? I plan to visit her in a couple of months. It may not be feasible to take her to the exams. Do you want to go back with me? In June, Ji Mulan subconsciously covered her stomach, buckled her seatbelt, and looked up. My father is there. The doctor said my pregnancy is unstable. The baby was still in the early months, and she was an older mother. Xiangqing was too far. After the flight, it would be several hours car ride, and the roads in Xiangqing were rough. If Bai Lian had been as close and excellent as Su Jiyue, she might have gone back, but Ji Mulan didn't want to take the risk of returning to Xiangqing. She wanted to avoid the topic. You just mentioned main family, and that is, you know about the circles in Jiangjing. Su In drove out of the gate. Old Master Chun is from the Chun family. You've studied history. You should know the Chun family. Descendants of General Chun Yi? Ji Mulan gasped. Yep, Su In nodded, his gaze deep. And our main Su family is on par with the Chun family. Our clan is too large to imagine. We were once a collateral branch of theirs, but have since separated. It's quite difficult to rejoin the main family. Su In sighed. Ji Mulan stared at the road ahead, as Su In's sparse words painted a world she had never encountered. The Su family, the Chun family. The next day, When Bai Lian arrived at Xingyi Martial Arts School in the evening, a group of young men and women were queuing outside. They were students planning to apply to arts colleges next year and were registering this year. She carried her book bag across the corridor to the back. In the backyard, a large wooden tub was placed, and Jean Kai was throwing herbs into it. Sui stood beside him, not as cold and proud as yesterday, but with a hint of unease. Seeing Bai Lian, both looked over to her. Miss Bai. Bai Lian put down her book bag and played with a white handkerchief in her hand. Standing in front of the tub, she asked casually, "Why would you be willing to come to Xiangqing? Logically speaking, Xiangqing is so remote that even people from Beijing aren't willing to come here." Sui never lied. "I've been seriously injured before and it left complications. My father sent me here, and I don't want to stay with the Su family anymore. Miss Bai, rest assured, I won't have any second thoughts." Chapter 504, 200 Express Delivery, Preparing for College Entrance Exam in Seclusion, Second Update. Underscore, 2 His voice was bitter. He used to be full of vigor at the Su family's home, and all the relatives believed he could stand out and reach the old Master Su, becoming the right-hand man of the next family head. But after his injury remained untreated, his father no longer valued him. To them, he was nothing more than a dispensable cast-off. Bai Lian laid out a handkerchief in her hand. She turned her head to Su He. "Want to be treated? Want to be treated?" Su He was stunned. Years ago, he had thought about seeking treatment, but he had been to various hospitals in Jiangjing, underwent numerous tests, and had many blood samples taken. The doctors only prescribed him medicine to replenish blood and boost his energy for recuperation. At first, his father also sought out various famous doctors for him, who all said that was all they could do, and the illness that had settled and only allowed for slow recovery. Sui looked at Bai Lian, feeling a tightness in his throat. "Miss Bai, can it be cured?" "It can be, but it will take time." Bai Lian had already noticed the night before that he had a floating gait and weak lung and heart energies. This was the kind of chronic illness common among old soldiers, which she was quite familiar with. She had studied it with an army doctor back in the day. The girl before him was overly young, clad in a plain school uniform. She held a silver needle in her hand, and when she looked over, those serene eyes inexplicably inspired confidence. Suhi clenched his fists. "Miss Bai, am not afraid to wait. I can wait even 10 years. Bai Lian fell silent. "It won't take that long." She pointed to a stone bench next to them, motioning him to sit. "Let me examine you first." So he placed his hands flat on the stone table. Bai Lian reached out to take his pulse, her eyes lowered in contemplation. So he watched her face anxiously. After 5 minutes, Bai Lian withdrew her hand. "It's about what I expected. It would improve faster with the help of medicinal baths and acupuncture. Let me give you an acupuncture treatment now." She rolled up the sleeve of her school uniform carelessly. A few strands of fringe fell over her forehead, casting a trace of indolence. Her slender fingers held the needle and located the Zhongxian point on his body. She inserted the needles one by one, the last one at the Zisani point, to supplement earth to produce metal, a principle in traditional Chinese medicine that treatment must target the root cause. "How does it feel?" Bai Lian stepped back and observed him. So he opened his eyes. "It doesn't feel like much." Bai Lian slowly redirected her gaze, noting that being able to speak was a good sign. No paralysis. Outside, Pu Xiaohan was shooting the local customs and flavors outside. When Bai Lian came over, Pu Xiaohan was just packing up her camera. "Are you done?" She walked towards Bai Lian with the camera in hand. "Not yet." Bai Lian remembered there was a cluster of courier stations at the street corner, convenient for travelers wanting to send local product home. "I'm looking for a courier station." "You're sending a courier?" Pu Xiaohan greeted old Mr. Tao at the street corner before taking Bai Lian's sleeve and leading her towards the front. "It's this way. Which company do you want to use?" All kinds of courier stations were available here. Bai Lian followed Pu Xiaohan, looking to the side. "Which courier is the cheapest?" "The post office." Pu Xiaohan led her to the far end. They passed by stations for SF Express, Zhongtong, and others before stopping in front of the Green Postal Express. It's the cheapest. The post office had the fewest people, with several couriers inside. Seeing someone approaching, the woman inside put down the package and took a couple of steps forward. Her eyes landed on Bai Lian. "Are you sending a courier?" "Yes." Bai Lian took out her backpack and pulled out a golden red invitation. "Just this." The woman took a look, saw it was an invitation, and without much notice, bent down to rummage on the floor, finding a not-too-battered box. "Can I use this to mail it for you, beauty?" Bai Lian was not picky. "That's fine." The woman handed her the form to fill out. Bai Lian, not wanting the writing to be unclear to others, filled out the courier form in very neat handwriting, and once finished, handed it over. The woman took it, and upon seeing Bai Lian's calligraphy, stared in surprise, then took an extra look at her. Then her eyes fell on the address. "Is this going to Jiangjing?" "Yes." Bai Lian nodded, remembering Nanjing had said he wouldn't be returning this time. The woman, not further inquiring into private matters, packed it skillfully. Out of concern for the invitation, she even carefully wrapped it in a layer of plastic film. 9 yuan. Bai Lian scanned the QR code with efficiency. Pu Xiaohan watched the woman pack the item, and after Bai Lian paid and walked out, she hesitantly asked, "The one you just sent, why does it look so much like the invitation used by good people playing ping pong?" When Zhang Shi's eyes showed Pu Xiaohan Bai Lian's invitation, she remembered it clearly. The wind blew, carrying a hint of chill. Bai Lian played with her phone, her voice casual, "Pretty much." 500,000? Pu Xiaohan's voice shifted, and she was a bit flustered. "You just mailed it out like that? No insurance?" "Bai Lian, there is also a possibility it could be 2 million. Pu Xiaohan immediately turned around and went back to the courier store. Bai Lian's phone rang. She looked down and saw it was Wang Xin calling. She answered. Wang Xin called to express her gratitude. "Miss Bai, I am deeply thankful for your help this time. I am preparing to bring Yin Lu into the group, and we need to sign a confidentiality agreement, so we won't be able to contact you often." Yin Lu's popularity had remained high these past few days, and without waiting for Daon to air, Wang Xin had already selected several high-quality scripts for her. While listening, Bai Lian watched Pu Xiaohan, thinking she would cancel the courier. But what Pu Xiaohan thought of as a remedy was wrapping it with film 2 more times. Bai Lian quietly averted her gaze, looking towards the door and observing the bustling outside. Her voice scattered. "All right, I'll hand over the last song to Dean Jian tomorrow, and I won't release new songs for a short period." Wang Xin was taken aback. "Are you?" The street light beside them lit up, and Bai Lian reached out to grasp the light spilling through, her tone lazy. "I'm going to prepare for the college entrance exam." Yes, Bai Lian was also a senior in high school. Wang Xin recalled the number 14 hot search item, where netizens had deified Ning Xiao, the 14th ranker in the national exam. But she remembered it clearly. That number 14 was Ning Xiao's account, and Ning Xiao, at that time, was asking Bai Lian for answers. Chapter 505, 201 Soar to the Sky. Gift_1 Bai Lian's demeanor almost made Sister Xin think they were peers. It was only when she heard Bai Lian talk about the Gaokao that she vaguely realized Bai Lian was just a senior in high school, still needing to take the college entrance exams. After listening, Sister Xin seriously said just one sentence. "You will surely ride the wind and waves soaring straight into the clouds." She hung up the phone and stood there dazed. Next to her, Yin Lu, who was flipping through a script, looked up. "What's wrong?" Yin Lu was going to a new drama crew for a period drama, and after a makeup trial, she dyed her smog blue hair back to black for convenience of wearing a wig. Miss Bai said she sent the new song to President Jian. Wang Xin snapped back to reality, put down her phone, and looked at Yin Lu. Also, she's going to seclude herself to prepare for the Gaokao. It said online that Ning Xiao has a very good chance of ranking in the national top 10. "Yin Lu, Do you remember? Ning Xiao often asks Miss by questions. Yin Lu pressed her hand on the script, right? So that means Miss Bai might even have better grades than him. Wang Xin's gaze shifted to the window. Having spent so much time together, Sister Xian knew the attitude of Ning Xiao and his peers towards Bai Lian. Like her, it was a respect that came from the heart. Just Ning Xiao alone had sparked many online posts discussing hot topics. If Bai Lian was added to the mix, Xiangqing might see two students ranking in the top 10 of the national exam. In Jiangjing, having 10 such students wouldn't be surprising, but this was Xiangqing. The rarity was like finding two gold nuggets in the desert. Wang Xian felt that this year's Gaokao would definitely be much more lively than in previous years. Your Xiangqing is really going to liven up, churning out prodigies, Wang Xian exclaimed sincerely and then remembered something. Do you know about strawberry ice cream? Yin Lu frowned. She knew this was the person who initially set the rhythm. She's been quite popular these days, turned into a big fan of Miss Bai after unfollowing. Wang Xian was also surprised. She established a fan club for Miss Bai, but she's still your hater. Yin Lu, this was normal. Yin Lu didn't have any representative works, and compared to professional-level singers, her singing was mediocre. The song became popular entirely because of Bai Lian and President Jian. The next day, after school in the afternoon, Bai Lian and Wen Qi's group had just arrived at the Zhang family's place when they saw Zhang Dad, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, moving pots of flowers. Seeing the group of students, Zhang Dad put down the flower pot. I have had nothing to do these 2 months, resting time. You all should focus on preparing for the Gaokao. After the exams are over, it'll treat you to a big meal. Then, he took out a bunch of fruits for the students to eat. During his absence, he was thankful for these students. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been at ease leaving Miss Zhang alone at home. Sure, Uncle, Wen Qi took the watermelon and gathered beside Bai Lian, curiously watching Zhang Dad, who was carrying a potted plant as tall as a person. A good person's father is really amazing, lifting such a heavy pot with one hand. He was very impressed. The others nodded in agreement, and without speaking, Bai Lian bit into a piece of watermelon as she observed the calluses on Zhang Dad's hands. With Zhang Dad's return, the students from class 15 no longer had to check in at the Zhangs every day. Bai Lian and Pu Xiaoan went back to the milk tea shop to do their homework. Someone with money had expanded the milk tea shop, and at this hour, many students were there brushing up on questions. Jianzhi was seated next to Bai Lian, listening as she corrected his essay. It's known by its name and emulated by others. This narrative here is too shallow and empty. She outlined Jianzhi's essay with her pen, tapping the line he wrote. Externally Confucian, internally legalistic. The Taoists aren't hollow. They maintain balance, with Confucianism in the open and Taoism in secret. In just a few months, the restlessness in Jianzhi had faded, and he could now not only spend all night reading a dry biography, but also discuss it with Bai Lian. The two talked. At the neighboring table, Tang Ming, who studied science, finally couldn't help but whisper to Pu Xiaoan, "Isn't Jian brother planning to go into civil service in the future?" It wasn't uncommon for people from the Calligraphy Association to go into politics. Although Tang Ming studied science, his humanities were not bad either. He understood a thing or two about what the two discussed daily. Don't you think Sister Lian is even more impressive? Pu Xiaohan replied sharply. That's true. Tang Ming recalled how the literature teachers would loiter in front of class 15 for no reason, getting caught by the dean several times. After Bai Lian finished discussing with Jianzhi, Jianzhi remembered something and reported to her. In June, the Calligraphy Association assessment is in Beicheng around the 10th. Qiu Xuezheng was already preparing the materials, but with Bai Lian's Gaokao approaching, he didn't want to disturb her. Bai Lian estimated the timing. It would be right after the Gaokao, so she would have time. A message from President Jian had just come through. Recording MP3. Chapter 506, 201 Soar to the Sky, Gift _to President Jian. In seclusion, he spoke simply and to the point, probably having heard from Sister Xian about her decision not to consider new songs before her college entrance exams. Bai Lian wrote down a line, then took out her earphones, connected them to Bluetooth, and listened to President Jian's composition. Her new song was different from her previous style, leaning towards a traditional Chinese aesthetic, cold season tassels. President Jian started with a solo pipa performance, elegant and ethereal, imbued with an ancient and stable charm yet filled with exotic sentiments. In the first second, Bai Lian envisioned a scene of yellow sand and withered bones. After listening for a while, she remembered to reply to President Jian. Bai Jian, one on the other end of the phone. Looking at this one, for the first time, President Jian felt a helplessness identical to that of Jiang Fulai. President Jian directly messaged Jian Zhe to inquire about Bai Lian. Jian Zhe candidly told him about Bai Lian's activities, study, and then more study, and everything else would have to wait until after the college entrance exams. As for after the exams, Bai Lian would first go to Beicheng. President Jian, when are you going to Beicheng? Jian Zhe, the Calligraphy Association's assessment, we should set off on the 9th. President Jian, got it. Jian Zhe looked at President Jian's reply, scratching his head. What did he mean? Was he also planning to go to Beicheng? 3 days later. Afternoon, Jiangjing. The postal worker rode his bike to a stop at the entrance to Tall Street. With one foot on the ground, he looked up at the ancient and dignified buildings on both sides, then looked down to confirm the address on the ragged box in his hands. Tall Street, number 29. Hesitating, he rode the bike onto the main road and finally stopped in front of the grand entrance of Guangliang, where a pair of 2-meter-tall stone lions stood guard, exuding an air of deterrence. 2 security guards stood at the door. Barely stepping off his bike, the trembling postal worker was approached from a distance by one of the guards. Hello, do you have a parcel for our third young master? The young man handed over the tattered box from the back of his bike. The guard hesitantly took it, looking down at the address label. The sender's handwriting was neat and tidy, and his eyes settled on the recipient's name, Su Nanjing. Indeed, it was for the third young master. Looking up, the name of the sender was 2 characters, Bai Lian. Bai? The security guard couldn't bring to mind any family surnamed Bai that was on good terms with the Su family. He took the battered box and went back, running into Su Jueming coming out of the house. He promptly removed his cap, second master. Dressed in a long gown, Su Jueming nodded slightly, his gaze falling onto the box in the guard's hand. The guard hurriedly explained, "This is a parcel for the third young master. I was just about to take it to him." For Su Nanjing, Su Jueming reached out, and the guard handed over the parcel to him. Looking down at the sender, Su Juming's eyes landed on the place of dispatch. Seeing that it was sent from Xiangqing, Su Jueming casually threw the box back, not sparing it another glance. The guard let out a breath of relief, aware of the covert struggles within the Su family. Offending any of them was not an option, and if Su Jueming insisted on inspecting Su Nanjing's parcel, there would have been nothing he could do. Ahead, Su Jueming walked up the steps, speaking with someone beside him. Nothing in the black market either? CIA has already investigated. Before the invitation was sent out, it was divvied up by those people in the international circles, the man explained in a low voice. The invitations that leaked to the black market were bought up as soon as they appeared. However, you don't have to worry. I've heard that the third young master hasn't received any news either. Jiangjing Sijing Club. The club was exclusive. Qi Shuyun was visiting such a place for the first time. Following Lung Shuhe into a private room, she found it spacious inside, with groups of men and women sitting together. Some were playing cards, others were discussing matters. But most heads were turned, attention drifting toward someone on a sofa in the corner. There, a young man sat, his coat removed, wearing only a light blue hoodie, leaning on the sofa, casually holding a rather tattered paper box. Mr. Xiao. At the front, Long Shuhe greeted Xiao Bingwen and then introduced Qi Shuyun beside him. This is the daughter of a teacher I knew long ago. Xiao Bingwen, who had gathered everyone, was still holding a pair of small scissors, moving briskly. Lung Shuha spoke, and Xiao Bingwen paused for a moment to nod at him. Sun Feng, make sure Lung Miss and her company enjoy themselves. Then, he immediately made his way to Su Nanjing. Sun Feng stood up from the card game, a cigarette dangling from his lips, to welcome Lung Shuha and her companion. Seeing Qi Shuyun glance towards the corner, Sun Feng joked, "Ladies, the ancestor there has been in a foul mood recently. Don't provoke him." His words made Qi Shuyun wrap her coat tighter around herself and revert her gaze. She wondered inwardly who exactly this person was. In the corner, Su Nanjing carefully examined the paper box just delivered from the Su residence, silent and deliberate. She hasn't seen her teacher for several days. Xiao Bingwen remarked, eyeing the box in Su Nanjing's hands. Forget it. They'll find a different birthday gift for the old man. Su Nanjing clicked his tongue. The auction was in 2 days, and there was not enough time now. Xiao Bingwen casually passed the scissors to Su Nanjing. What's this? He stared at the tattered parcel in Su Nanjing's hands, feeling quite out of place that such a wrapped paper box had appeared in his possession. Alien sent me a specialty. It's so light. Is there actually something inside? Su Nanjing looked at the double-wrapped paper box and took the scissors past him. Su Nanjing was not like Jiang Fulai. He was not one to change course easily, hence he was the one who flew away from Beichen. Su Laoyi was in a hurry, and in his rush to catch the flight, he didn't have time to say goodbye to Bai Lian or Jiang Fulai, only leaving a message for both of them on WeChat. Is this her handwriting? Xiao Bingwen leaned in to look at the neatly written address and laughed. I never thought your name looked so tidy. He had thought it was something important, but it turned out to be a parcel sent by Bai Lian. Xiao Bingwen withdrew his attention and poured himself a drink leisurely. Not so curious anymore. Su Nanjing cut along the edge unhurriedly, creating a slit. Chapter 507, 202 Jiang Guest Birthday. Playing against the wind to turn the tables. Second update. _1 Pu Xiaoan had tightly wrapped the outside of the box, and Su Nanjing had to exert some effort to cut it open. Inside, there was something that resembled a book, which was also wrapped in a protective film. One could not see clearly through the protective film. Xiao Bingwen greeted Sun Feng on the other side. Did she send you a book? This seemed like something Bai Lian could do. Su Nanjing exerted some more effort to cut open the protective film, finally revealing a red background with golden letters that read invitation, and below it, there was an imposing white tiger. An invitation? Xiao Bingwen picked up the red wine that was put aside, stood up to prepare to attend to the group that had come today, and glanced at it casually. What kind of invitation is this, a white tiger from the White Tiger Auction House, huh? He said it offhandedly. In mid-sentence, his steps abruptly came to a halt. Then, with a snap, he set down the wine glass, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the invitation. There had never been a moment where he felt the sound of his heartbeat so clearly. His throat tightened and his voice trembled. This is that they didn't have invitations, but they had seen them before. The White Tiger Auction House was a place where they could buy almost everything they wanted. Occasionally, certain items were too precious, making the invitations hard to get, but in most cases, the Su and Xiao families were still able to get one through official channels. So at just one glance, they recognized that this was the invitation they had been seeking this time. Did Miss Bai send this to you? Xiao Bingwen looked at the tattered box beside him and then at the understated and mysterious invitation in Su Nanjing's hands, finding it absurdly comical. Su Nanjing immediately took out his phone to call Bai Lian. She picked up after one ring. Little sister Bai Lian, what did you send over? Bai Lian had just finished school, and she was at a milk tea shop ordering a milk tea, while Qi Yundai was passing a plate of cake to her. An invitation. She took the cake that Qi Yundai offered and turned to walk inside, her voice calm and unhurried. Haven't you been looking for it? What's the matter? Su Nanjing. No. Oh. Bai Lian's tone was casual. Is there anything else? Her tone suggested, don't disturb my studies. The two hung up the phone. She Xiao Bingwen had listened to the entire conversation, finally came back to his senses, and murmured, "Where did she get that invitation from?" He and Su Nanjing had been busy for half a month, and these last few days they were really about to give up. Then this invitation had fallen from the sky? Was it from Jiang Fulai? Balian was but a high school student at Xiangxing First High School. Other than Jiang Fulai, Xiao Bingwen really couldn't think of any other explanation. Balian had been in seclusion and did not attend the auction. Saturday. It was rare for Jiang Fulai to have a day off, and these people were already regulars at the library. The light streamed through the library windows and fell on the table by the window. Today, the library was quite busy, and the table on the right was completely occupied by Bai Lian and her group. Jiang Fulai sat on the very right, with black headphones on his ears. In front of him was a very thin laptop. His slender fingers tapped on the keyboard, and occasionally he turned his head to speak with Bai Lian. The sunlight fell on his face, his eyelashes cast down, giving his usually cold features a touch of entanglement. Tang Ming across him raised his hand, looking cautiously towards Jiang Fulai. "Teacher Jiang, we're having hot pot for lunch." Jiang Fulai was used to being cold, and his demeanor didn't seem to fit someone who would join them in bustling eateries. Although they had had hot pot together many times, inviting Jiang Fulai still took a lot of courage from Tang Ming. "Sure." Jiang Fulai nodded indifferently. Tang Ming finally sighed with relief and quickly sat down. At noon, the hot pot restaurant in the next mall. To ensure everyone could eat properly, Tang Ming and the others booked a private room. The group wasn't large. Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Pu Xiaoan, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, and Jiang He. They had ordered a dual-flavored hot pot, to which Jiang Fulai was indifferent. He held a pencil, scanned the menu, and ticked a few dishes Bai Lian would eat. As he continued scrolling, Bai Lian reached out to press down on his fingers. Jiang Fulai's fingers were always cool, due to spending too much time in the underground laboratory. Even in Xiangqing, it didn't change his constitution. His naturally pale and cold fingers seemed even more like white jade. Feeling a warmth, he looked at Bai Lian's finger pressing on his hand, then watched her leisurely pull the pencil from his grip. Bai Lian rested her chin on her other hand, tilting her head slightly. "Teacher Jiang, no need to order more. They've ordered more than we can finish." She spoke from experience. Jiang Fulai let go of the menu. All right then. He didn't continue ordering. Having known each other for so long, aside from when Jiang Fulai was teaching them and prone to teasing, during meals, he generally did not disrupt everyone's good time and was trying to contain the coldness he emanated. Chapter 508. Jiang Guest's 202nd birthday. It's all about turning the tables against the wind. Second update. _2 at the dining table. Pu Xiaoan was posting pictures in the group chat. Pu Xiaoan. Grandpa's clothes are almost done. After sending the message, she looked up at the people around the dining table. Grandpa's class uniform is ready. I reserved a set for the good guy, but he won't be able to take the graduation photo with us next month. Especially Zhang Xiai's. Given the current atmosphere in Class 15, the merit of Zhang Xiai's and Wang Qi cannot be overstated. To take a graduation photo without Zhang Xiai's would make Class 15 seem somewhat imperfect, Pu Xiaohan felt. Although they joked and laughed when mentioning Zhang Xiai's, Pu Xiaohan and the others knew they could only adopt such an attitude. A year in jail would have too large a psychological impact on a high school student. "Don't worry," Balian said as she picked up public chopsticks to serve food. Xiaobei mentioned that they've prepared a banner for the good guy. Banner. The mood livened up at the mention of Wang Qi. Tang Ming, curious, asked, "What kind of banner? What good deed could Bei Bei have done?" "Hey, I was even thinking that at the time. I could wear his clothes and take a photo with you all in his stead." Pu Xiaohan clapped the table. "Right, you could print out a large picture of the good guy and paste it over your face." A group of teenagers were eating hot pot. Worries came suddenly and left just as quickly. Jiang Fulai quietly listened to their conversation, occasionally helping Jiang He reach for dishes he couldn't, without interrupting their chat. Balian also listened in, lazily, After finishing the meal, Pu Xiaohan called the waiter over to clean up the table. Jiang Fulai was sitting on the same side as Bai Lian. To his left was Bai Lian, to his right was Jiang He. After the meal, the waiter had also cleared away the excess bowls and chopsticks from the table. He thought Bai Lian would be in a hurry to return to the library to do homework. But Bai Lian didn't leave. The others at the table were still discussing post-graduation matters, with Tang Ming expressing a desire to take a photo with Class 15. Since Bai Lian was there, Jiang Fulai wasn't in a rush either. He leaned back slightly and spoke to Bai Lian. They're talking about a graduation trip. Have you thought about it? A graduation trip? Have you ever traveled? Bai Lian asked as she heard the term for the first time. She opened a can of cola with one hand for Jiang He and turned to look at Jiang Fulai. No, Jiang Fulai hadn't gone traveling either. His life consisted of nothing but research. Then you still talk about taking me to the snow mountains. Bai Lian remembered this. The private room was warm. Jiang Fulai had already taken off his coat. He was wearing a white shirt with the collar slightly open. He hadn't expected Bai Lian to remember that, and he softly replied, "You could go during the summer break as well, but the snow won't be as thick then." "No rush," Bai Lian suddenly said, recalling something. "But I kind of want to go to the grasslands." She flipped through history. There lay the tomb of the third princess. The grasslands. Jiang Fulai tapped his fingertips on the table, picturing the map in his mind, planning the route. "That works too." As he was speaking, the private room's door was pushed open, and the waiter brought in the disassembled cake. Creamy white frosting, red roses spreading along the center all the way to the base of the cake. Clusters of roses, nestled against the green vines, were blooming together. It was like a passionate oil painting, irresistible to the eyes. Ning Xiao stood up to receive the cake, and after thanking the waiter, he placed it on the table. But the waiter didn't leave, instead looking longingly at the cake that resembled a handicraft. "Handsome, where did you buy your cake from?" "This wasn't bought." Pu Xiaohan smiled at her. "It was made by our friend." The cake maker, of course, was Qi Lu. Tang Ming motioned to Jiang Fulai to blow out the candles. "Happy birthday, Brother Jiang. Blow out the candles and make a wish." Jiang Fulai looked at the slowly burning candles. For the first time, the usually calm and composed him didn't know how to react. Perhaps because his family was no longer around, he didn't celebrate his birthday. He usually spent his birthdays in the lab to avoid trouble. If others couldn't find him, it would just be dropped. Even Su Nanjing and Jiang Shijue would only send a gift when the time came. Blowing out candles and making a wish, this was his first experience. The windows in the private room were closed. The candlelight reflected on his cold face. Under the urging of Tang Ming and the others, Jiang Fulai slowly closed his eyes and made a wish. He didn't have any particular wishes. If it were before, he might have wished to find dark matter. But now, he quietly thought, "May Miss Bai be safe and sound year after year." Jiang He stood by his side and helped to blow out the candles. In the evening, Jiang Fulai leisurely strolled in the setting sun. He escorted Bai Lian back to the Ji family. Ji Heng invited them to have dinner. He had specially gone fishing with Chief Chen that day, and the neighbor Annie helped with cooking. By the time the two returned, the meal was ready. Chapter 509. Jiang Guest's 202nd birthday. It's all about turning the tables against the wind. Second update. _3 The dishes were very rich. At the dining table, Ji Heng gave Jiang Fulai the set of clothes meant for him, a silver-gray overcoat made of silk-like material that looked very high-end, fastened with Chinese frog buttons. Patterns were embroidered across the middle of the sleeves and the front. Jiang Fulai carefully accepted the set of clothes, his fingertips grazing the cool fabric. One glance was enough to see the dense stitches. Ji Heng had put a lot of thought into it. Chief Chun and Ji Heng both enjoyed drinking. The two chatted as they sipped their liquor, and an hour passed by without finishing their meal. That's when Jiang He found time to go to his room and bring out his Lego for him. The Lego was a custom-designed castle tower. The blueprint was drawn by Jiang He, and his teacher helped him make numerous revisions. It was 30 centimeters wide and about 40 centimeters tall. The intricate bricks and the connecting beams could be seen. Jiang Fulai said thank you twice today. After giving the gift, He couldn't take his eyes off him. Jiang Fulai took it and pointed at a spot, looking at Jiang He and casually remarked, "This part isn't drawn well." Jiang He decided to sleep with Ji Hung tonight. Ji Hung had drunk too much today. Bai Lian made an exception and walked Jiang Fulai to the door. At 9 o'clock, Jiang Fulai looked down the long, dark alley. Just as he reached the bend at the entrance, he stopped and told Bai Lian to go back first. Bai Lian was dressed in a pale green outfit today, her jet black hair half up. She stopped, stretched out her left hand, and opened it. A piece of Kylan jade, almost melting under the lamplight, appeared before Jiang Fulai. "Happy birthday, Teacher Jiang." Jiang Fulai was taken aback, presumably not expecting her to have prepared a gift for him. He reached out to take it, still able to feel the warmth of the jade in his palm. End of May. With the college entrance examination approaching, the school arranged for a graduation photo to be taken. The location was the central stone of the school, with 5 steps beneath it, perfectly accommodating the students to line up. Class 15 prepared uniform attire. The girls' dresses featured a mandarin collar with a white undergarment, embroidered with ivy at the edges, covered by a red, sleeveless waistcoat adorned with delicate vine patterns. The buttons were matching Chinese frog buttons. Below was a white skirt, the hem embroidered with vivid clusters of roses. Red and pink rosebuds in full bloom nestled among green leaves. As the girls stepped forward, the rose bushes hidden in the folds of their skirts burst into full bloom. The boys' clothes? Skip. The students of Class 14 were currently taking their graduation photos below, while the photographer snapped pictures and they stood on the steps, involuntarily gazing at the students of Class 15, their eyes resting on the last tall girl. Bai Lian, with her phone in hand, nonchalantly followed Lu Lingxi at the end of the line. Her hair, still half up as usual, her almond-shaped eyes half closed. Her hair was too long, loosely curling over her shoulders beneath the wooden hairpin. Bai Lian, who was used to wearing plain clothes, wore such a brightly colored outfit for the first time today. The traditional Chinese-style clothes seemed to have been tailored specifically for her, set against a backdrop of blue sky and white clouds. The wind scattered her skirt's hem, a girl of roses blossoming in the wind. More than half the students from Class 14 were stunned, and the photographer had to remind them to come back to their senses. "They all say I look stupid like this." "Lian Jie, Xiaohan. Take a look, do I look dumb?" Wang Qi unfurled his custom-made banner, about 70 centimeters long, with the words written on it, "Posing with Zhang Xi's on Mr. Nice Guy," red background with white characters. Pu Xiaoan looked up, imagining her gorgeous graduation photo marred by this thing. No wonder the cultural committee member had been complaining nonstop. She refused. Bai Lian looked at the line of text and nodded. "I think it's fine. The color matches our clothes well." Wang Qi's eyes lit up, right? "I knew you'd get it, Sister Lian." "You really think so?" Pu Xiaohan asked incredulously, clutching at Bai Lian's arm. Bai Lian was puzzled. "Yeah." Pu Xiaohan. It was the first time Pu Xiaohan realized that Bai Lian was actually quite straightforward. The graduation photo for Class 14 was taken, and the principal, vice principals, and teachers from various subjects stood up from the front row. The principal couldn't leave since he had to take photos all day. Wang Qi. Lu Lingxi called for Wang Qi, her gaze briefly pausing on Wang Qi's banner before she said, "The chemistry teacher hasn't arrived yet. He's teaching in Class 9. Go call him, will you?" Wang Qi put away the banner and went to summon the chemistry teacher. The principal and vice principals came over looking for Lu Lingxi and Bai Lian. The end of the college entrance exams was finally approaching, and the principal looked at Bai Lian with mixed emotions. "Bai student, relax. No matter how the tests go, just do your best." "Okay," consented Bai Lian with a nod. Time flies. Lu Lingxi adjusted Bai Lian's clothes, looking at the girl in front of her. "I remember the first time you came to take the test, you scored 50 points in comprehensive science. Back then, I thought you would need to repeat a year." From the nearby steps, Pu Xiaoan called Bai Lian over to line up. Bai Lian walked over. The principal watched her walk away, musing, from 50 points and now, I wonder how she will fare in the college entrance exams. She hasn't been in the joint exams, so I have no idea how much Songmin has improved. I have a feeling this year's exams won't be easy. The vice principal had now become a die-hard supporter of Lian. There's no need for won't be easy. The valedictorian will definitely be our Bai student. As he spoke, he murmured to himself, Don't think I don't know you've already prepared the valedictorian banner. The principal, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, stood next to the principal, watching Bai Lian in the crowd without saying anything. Bai Lian stood in the second row, next to Pu Xiaohan, the breeze gently lifting the wisps of hair on her forehead, with a stone carved with Bai Xiangjin's words behind her, flaunting the youthful spirit and ambition of their generation. Wang Qi had called the chemistry teacher over. The students of Class 15 had already lined up. He stood behind Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan holding a flag, whispering. They were just discussing how Sister Lian managed to come this far from 50 points in comprehensive science. How did she come this far? Bai Lian slightly tilted her head towards Wang Qi, raising an eyebrow in her usual casual way, yet with a hint of playful arrogance Wang Qi had never seen before. She didn't speak, but looked through the gap at the line of poetry on the stone behind. The Bai family's army won many battles by turning defeat into victory. That was what she was best at, playing the game of turning the tides against the wind. Do you understand, young one? Requesting monthly votes, dear readers. Chapter 5:10. Battle 203 commences. A clash of two champions _1 at 10 in the morning. The sun was plenty strong. Light passed through the clouds and settled on Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, falling upon the boulder that had stood for 1,000 years. Bai Lian reached out her hand to shield her eyes from the glare, her gaze fixed on the powerful and resonant characters inscribed on the stone. In the interplay of light and shadow, it was as if she saw the comrades who had fought the last battle with her 1,000 years ago. The interweaving of light and shadow was blurry. 1,000 years later, Bai Lian stood beneath the line of poetry she had written with her spear raised, about to fight her first battle. The photographer held up the camera, intending to check the framing in the viewfinder, but his attention was captured by the girl inside the lens. She stood amid the crowd, her face slightly turned, with half-tied hair resting on her shoulder. The girl in the lens had eyes that held the fierceness of war horses and iron soldiers, as if she had traversed mountains and rivers, emerging from the battleground to split open hills of corpses and seas of blood on horseback. Despite the crowd of students around her, rowdy and joking, in that instant they all but became her backdrop. The photographer involuntarily focused the lens and pressed the shutter. After capturing the moment, he reviewed the photo just taken. The composition was beautiful, like a destiny revolving through a millennium, filled with a mysterious sense of story. He admired it for a while, planning to send it to the student later. The students of Class 15 had mostly lined up, and the photographer put down his camera, amplifying his voice. Students, quickly get into place. The teachers can take their positions now, too. The disciplinary teacher, who was negotiating with the principal about exactly how many banners were ordered, stopped upon hearing this. He adjusted his shirt and walked forward solemnly. In the crowd, Pu Xiaohan was holding her video camera, filming the making of footage. When everyone was almost ready, she put down her camera and stood up. Seeing Wang Qi actually pulling up the banner, she said, "Wait a moment, let the photographer take a picture of us without the banner first. Then we can take one with the banner later." This was the result of Pu Xiaohan's discussion with Lu Lingxi. Take one without the banner first? Wang Qi folded the banner, stuffed it into his pocket, and patted it. Fine, we'll bring it out again later. Wang Qi, lower your head a bit. Don't squeeze me, Xiaohan, I'll stand on your right. Can I stand in front of Sister Lian, please? You go to the front. Even on tiptoes, you aren't taller than me. The students of this class, dressed in uniform traditional clothes, chatted noisily. Beneath the lens, they were green and vivid,